because we got over 1,200 hits on that at our last meeting and the day following that. I think that's a phenomenal, good thing to have all that live streaming and being utilized like it was. So anyway, I'd like to start the meeting off for the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody would stand, please. And I ask Commissioner Speedy if he would lead us on.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right. Our first item of business is number 1, which is our consent agenda. Item A is the May 20th, 2024 minutes. B is an airport tenant settlement. Item C is Oakley Collier Architects contract for EMS station at Airport Road. Item D is a budget ordinance amendment number 16. And item E is a rail trail lease with the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Motion, been a motion made and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All likewise. Motion carries. My next item is item number 2. And before we get on to that, I know on our sign-up sheet, we actually have 2 different sections tonight. One is our public comment section, and item 3 is public hearing on the proposed budget. And both of those have a time there for the public to speak on. So, there's a public comment section for everything from one end to the other. And our item 3, the public hearing for the budget, is just to do with the budget itself. So I didn't want anybody here to get the 2 mixed up. So anyway, I'll start off with comments from the public. Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion.
Yes, you may.
In the past, commissioners have voted and approved, and it's a matter of document. 5-minute time limit for public comment. Effect on public hearing, just public comment. We've deviated from that. It's 5 minutes max. Not extra 5, extra 5, extra 5. 5 minutes max per person. Also, it has been approved in the past, and it is documented, 30 minutes maximum for public comment. I make the motion that we revert back to that.
I second.
All right, there's been a motion made and a second. Now,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on the motion.
Yeah, right. I'm opening it up to discussion.
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Pierce, and I feel strongly that we are here to hear from our constituents, and I'm willing to go along with your motion for tonight due to time constraints, but I do not want to make that a permanent endeavor.
Okay.
So would you be open to amend your motion to adopt that for tonight due to the length that this meeting is going to run?
No, and the reason is, most of the time, a vast majority of the time, public comments are repetitions. They're just repetitions of the same thing over and over and over. And that's why I know I will not amend my motion.
I move to amend the motion for that to be for tonight.
Okay.
And we can also have a similar motion in the future for other meetings that we anticipate to be linked.
For clarity, Commissioner Pierce is not wanting to have it for just tonight only.
Yeah.
Is that, okay?
Well, he did not amend it, but I am moving to amend the motion.
Okay. You need a second on that?
Yes.
Okay. Second. Commissioner Speeds. Okay, to have it just tonight only. All right. Ma'am? Okay. All right. There's been a motion made and a second on the amendment by Commissioner Speed. Is there any discussion? Nobody has any discussion? I, for one.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
so moving forward, public comments will be limited to 5 minutes, correct? Moving forward.
No, that's
No,
not the
not
question at hand right now.
So what is the question at hand?
Just tonight only,
So moving forward, the public will be allowed to
like it's always been.
express, okay.
That's right. And
Like it's always been.
what we are voting on at this point is my motion to amend it so that this applies to tonight
Like
only.
only.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion on the amendment? I know one thing, I'm against doing it just one night only or forever. I mean, I've seen a time when we didn't have no public comment at all ever. And we went through it. I'm not in favor. One night only or forever. That's my feeling.
Public has the right to express themselves.
Well,
And that's how I feel. I'm.
yes, I do. That's what we're here for.
But, excuse me, what do we do about the, documented 5-minute time period and 30-minute limit? What do we do about that? That's on record.
Isn't that,
Right.
No.
That's a matter of suspending the rule.
It's part of the rules that govern the board. It's spoken there, that's a 30-minute time limit and 5 minutes for any
Yeah,
public
it's
speaking.
something we've never adhered to, though. We have never done that. We haven't.
but we have so many comments and we extend the times and we don't get out of here till almost midnight.
But as elected officials, we're supposed to listen to.
That's right.
All right. Okay, there's been a made and a second on the original. Favor? Signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
I count 2 ayes, okay? All against?
No,
No. Okay. We do a roll call. 4 and against.
that's.
Yes, this is the amendment to the motion.
Aye.
No,
I'm against the motion. Okay.
Aye.
No.
Okay, and it's got no amendment to it. Okay. So let's restate the original motion. Okay.
That the board going forward adhere to the board procedures to comment 5 minutes each with a maximum amount of 30 minutes total for.
That is my motion.
That
Anything? Commissioner Bragg, you seconded it?
second.
Okay. All right. Open for discussion on that one.
Oh, question. Question.
Yeah. All right. All in favor? All against?
No.
No.
Commissioner Blunt?
Nope.
Commissioner Bragg?
Aye.
No.
No.
Aye.
Okay. All right. So excuse me now?
You all just limited public comment to 30 minutes, 5 minutes each.
Okay, for the public comment section. Okay.
Right.
Hmm?
But
Excuse me? Yeah, okay. All right. I guess we have some new rules for the public comment section starting right now. So we'll see how quick we can work these through because we've got a 30-minute limit. So, but,
save those for the public hearing.
okay. Okay,
You know what the guaranteed spot was?
If they apply to the budget.
That's
Yeah.
budgeted.
okay. Yeah, we don't have no rules on the regular public hearing. Not yet, okay. Right, okay. All right, I'm gonna, start with the first sign-up sheet. Andrea Wooden. Please state your name and your address for the county clerk, please.
Andrea Wooden, 134 Strange Road, Lewisburg.
I am here tonight not just to support the full funding of our public schools in Franklin County, but also to speak on SB 49, Title IX, and the at-risk LGBTQ plus youth in our community. Why now? Well, it is Pride Month, and we have a large number of people paying attention to this meeting tonight. SB 49 was passed last year and went into full effect in January. Among other things, it requires teachers and administrators to inform parents if their children change their pronouns or if their child wants to use a different name other than what's in Power School. There is a line on page 7 that gives teachers a way out. The disclosure of changes to names or pronouns to the parents is not required if informing them would result in the child being abused, neglected, such as being kicked out of their home. Title IX is a federal law that prohibits discrimination based on sex in any educational program or activity that receives federal financial assistance. This includes discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. It goes into effect on August 1st this year. It will be considered a violation of federal law if proper pronouns are not used. It will also be considered a violation if transgender students are forced to use bathrooms they do not identify with. If a school fails to address bullying based on gender identity or sexual orientation properly, it can be considered a violation of federal law, with that school potentially losing their federal funding. All public and private schools, school districts, and colleges receiving that federal funds must comply with Title IX. Here are some statistics to go along with this. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for the youth in our country. 39% of LGBTQ plus young people seriously consider attempting suicide in the past year, and more than 1 in 10 Q plus youth have attempted suicide. Slightly more than half of transgender and non-binary young people found their school to be gender affirming, and those who did reported lower rates of attempted suicide. Almost half of the Q plus young people ages 13 to 17 have experienced bullying in the past year, and those who did reported significantly higher rates of attempting suicide than those who did not experience bullying. As a parent, you can ask questions, you can listen to your children and make sure they know you support them. Be proactive in their name change request, be the voice your child needs, and find out what resources are available. As a local business owner and someone who's involved in the community, I am available if anybody has questions or needs help with their children in finding safe places. And thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Rhonda Schuler. Yeah, probably more setting if you wait for our next agenda item coming up. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, it looks like everybody on the sign-up sheets here, budget, 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 budget. Budget, but, I mean, you can speak now too, I mean. Camelia Edgerton? Yes, ma'am. Good, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Camilla Edgerton. I reside at 40 Fallen Oak Road, Lewisburg, North Carolina. And I want to speak largely on the budget. Based on the example that this commission has shown us so far with limiting the amount of time you're going to allow the public to speak to 30 minutes, that means you're really not interested in what we have to say. Whether it's about the budget, so you get to make decisions for your constituents based on your knowledge, and you don't get any input, or you limit the input you get from the public. That is outrageous, number one. Number two, I think it's a sin and a disgrace that this school system has to beg for money. I don't know how many of you sitting on this panel are products of this public school system here in Franklin County, but I am. And I am very proud of that. I'm also very proud to be a substitute teacher in various school systems here, in the systems here in Franklin County. And there's a lot of work to be done. And if you're going to cut the budget and handicap this school system, you're cutting your face off to spite our future.
All right, our next speaker is Francis Wow. Oh, thank you. Come on down. State your name and your address for the clerk.
Francis Arziki Wow, 535 Legacy Drive, Youngsville, 27596. Today, I stand before you just as a concerned parent, not just as a concerned parent, but also as the voice for every child whose future hangs in the balance. I am here to share a story that highlights the importance of experienced educators, the strength of our youth, and a crucial role our public schools play in shaping their children's futures. Last year, my daughter Sophia embarked on her educational journey in pre-K. Unexpectedly, her teachers detected delays and unusual behaviors, prompting evaluations to unveil a life-altering diagnosis, Chiari malformation 1. This condition wherein her skull failed to accommodate her brain. I'm trying. Pose great risks if left unaddressed. Risks as dire as paralysis or even death. Every case is different, whoever's diagnosed with this. Imagine the intense fear of being told that time was running out, that every moment mattered critically. In a desperate battle against fate, no parent should face such a distressing truth, forced to consider the possible loss of their child's happiness, laughter, and future. In the fall 2023, Sophia underwent 2 life-saving surgeries, demonstrating remarkable courage while facing complications. Blowful took over 45 minutes to return to the portion of her brain, highlighting the immense pressure she endured. Supported by dedicated medical professionals, Sophia received critical antibiotics in a PICC line every 4 units just to keep her alive. Sophia's journey was not just one of medical intervention, but it was the unwavering support and dedication of her school community. Her teachers, school staff, and administration worked tirelessly to ensure she didn't miss a beat academically. Despite the challenges of her recovery, They provided Sophia with all the necessities, schoolings, materials, and homebound services, allowing her to keep up with her classmates. Today, Sophia represents the profound impact of committed educators, which are all here tonight. Yet, as I ponder, I worry about the future of our educational system and the outstanding professionals who enabled miracles like my daughter Sophia, and a few of them are here tonight. Tomorrow marks a significant moment in Sophia's journey. She shouldn't have been here. She was supposed to die in January, but she didn't. Tomorrow, she has a kindergarten ceremony. Excited to celebrate her remarkable achievements, her story shared tonight, I know, has touched hearts, showing her courage, resilience, and spirit, inspiring all who hear it and those who are lucky enough to know her. The commitment shown by educators, staff, and administrators in my child's school and throughout Franklin County districts is truly commendable. They consistently exceed expectations in their efforts to ensure student success. However, the oversight of not providing them with their well-deserved longevity bonus possesses a risk of losing these highly skilled professionals to other districts. This could lead to inexperienced teachers missing crucial issues similar to my daughter's. Do you want that? Okay, I'm breathing. Now is not the moment to be frugal. With $70 million in savings, including the $11 million you have reserved for emergency purposes, could sustain our schools over 2 years and beyond. It's time to fully utilize these resources by allocating the requested $5.2 million to our schools. This investment isn't just for Sophia, it's for all our children. Supporting educators ensures brighter futures for the next generation, which is my kids and everybody else's kids. These children will become our future doctors, lawyers, teachers, and leaders, shaping the course of our society. Okay, fully funding our public schools is not just about putting money into education. It's about investing in our children's future and the prosperity of the community.
Your 5 minutes has expired. I'll make a motion, we extend it.
I'm not done. Sophia's watching from home.
I'm sorry?
My daughter's watching from home.
Okay, been a motion made and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Continue on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Giving teachers the longevity bonus is essential in recognizing and valuing their dedication and skill. It's disappointing to see how low salaries these teachers receive, considering all they contribute. Shame on those responsible for letting it reach this point. Our public schools are fundamental to our society, and the teachers are the ones building that foundation. As the academic year draws to a close this Friday, overlooking the longevity bonus possesses the risk of losing committed educators to districts offering higher salaries, which would deprive our school community and their invaluable contributions. It's critical to acknowledge and honor their effects to ensure they feel valued. Let's strive to build a supportive environment where other teachers and staffs are appreciated and retained, fostering consistency and stability for our students' educational experiences. The future of our children rests in your hands tonight. Will you join us in solidarity, or will you allow greed and neglect to dissect their destiny? These educators played a vital role in saving my daughter's life, and for that, I am eternally grateful. Consider if it was your child or grandchild facing the same challenges as Sophia did. What actions would you take for your school community? Sophia's story serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of supporting our public schools and educators. I strongly encourage you to fully fund our schools and ensure that devoted teachers receive their longevity bonus. Furthermore, I propose making the longevity bonus a permanent addition to their salaries without any conditions attached, as the HP 960 I read. Let's call it the Sophia Rose bonus, in honor of her resilience and the impact of exceptional teaching. In conclusion, if there are any doubts regarding the credibility of my testimony tonight, I want to assure you that I have access to Sophia's My Chart on Duke, and I am fully prepared to provide all necessary documents, including scans and surgical notes, for your legal examination. This ensures that the information I have presented is not only accurate, but also truthful. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Right. Our next speaker is Nicole Williamson.
Good
Please,
evening.
please state your name and address, please.
Nicole Williamson, 1821 Aspen Court, Nashville.
Thank you.
I am a teacher of 16 years, 10 of which have been in North Carolina. My husband works in North Carolina and in Franklin County schools in the EC department. He drives a bus, coaches. I have 2 daughters in the school system as well that attend all these things. After attending previous meetings, I've heard from both sides on whether or not to fund the budget. As a county, we are moving backwards. Let's move together forward. Each day, teachers come to school and have a choice on how we run our classrooms. Today, you all have a choice to put everything else aside, including political statuses, and choose to fund Franklin County schools. During previous meetings, discipline kept being brought up, and people were addressing that when we were saying not to fund the budget. Underfunded schools and teachers are not going to help solve discipline problems and help anything go away. During that time, I was also made well aware when everyone was talking that they were forgetting something very important. Charter schools are receiving funds from our state that do not have to follow state requirements, that public schools follow. Charter schools get to pick and choose who they allow into their schools. They should not be compared to public schools because we are not comparing apples to apples. Public schools are inclusive, meaning that we accept everyone, regardless of economic status, race, ability level. There's no application to be approved. There's no wait list to hope to get on and then get accepted. We accept you just because we're in our county, which is including y'all. We at public schools take care of the whole child. Charter schools, they exclude children because they simply cannot drive themselves to school. They cannot get a ride to school. They cannot do certain things. So we are not supposed to be taking care of their funding from us. We at public schools take care of the whole child. Some of our students live in homes that are barely worthy of being called a home. Sometimes students are going to act out at school. Teachers need to find the solution to help those students, and sometimes it doesn't start with teaching them. We are teachers, but we are counselors, we are nurses, we are parents, we are safety nets, all before we are able to teach the students. I personally have had some challenging students in my classroom, but I develop a successful relationship with them, and then I am able to help them continue on throughout the schooling. During that time, I have still maintained my academic goals for them, just like you can still maintain your goals for the county by funding us because we are helping your future. As a teacher, I work very hard to make my students feel safe, loved, cared for, and then I'm able to teach. Right now, I do all of that while I'm struggling to financially take care of my own family based on a low salary. Funding this teacher longevity bonus today shows that our county supports our public school teachers and the time they are investing within our county with our kids. It says that we are on this journey together to help with kids within Franklin County get what they need to safely learn and in an environment which is conducive for learning. Maybe instead of this beautiful building that we're sitting in today, your next commissioner meeting should be held in these schools and in the working conditions that these teachers and these students are expected to be successful in. I don't see anyone in this building going to where we are expected to teach and where they are expected to learn. Now, after hearing my plea, I'm not just coming to complain. I have some things that I suggest. So, as a way to help, instead of making this a county issue, because we don't want this to be a county issue, you don't want it to be a county issue, we don't either. Instead of fighting against teachers' pay and the longevity bonus, fund us. And then let's reunite as a team. Your next step after voting yes today should be to move forward with us, fight for us, and then if our county does not support the public schools, we can't ask for bigger changes. We need us to be funded today. Then starting tomorrow morning, as a board, get with the other county boards because they're all facing the same battle we are too. Teachers are underpaid. We need you to fund us so that way as a county, we can say we are supported. Then as a team, we can take this to the legislators, you can take it to the legislators, and then it's no longer a county issue. You don't have to stay here every night. We don't have to come back and fight every year. We need to work together to make a positive change for North Carolina teachers, the children we teach, as well as the future of North Carolina. We need your support to fund the teachers' pay. I'm asking for your support to our longevity bonuses and to stand up to the Franklin County teachers. Whether you disagree or agree with public schools, without schooling, no other profession would be here. Teachers do teach the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Jeannie Faulkner. Please state your name and address for the clerk, please.
Jeannie Faulkner, 651 Woodland Trail, Lewisburg.
Thank you.
I am here tonight to advocate for Franklin County Schools and the budget request as an educator and as a taxpayer of this county. I'm a lifelong resident of Franklin County, was educated in Franklin County Public School System, and am currently serving as principal of Laurel Mill Elementary School. This year will mark my 30th year in education, all in Franklin County. With my experiences in public education, it has become very sad and honestly perplexing to me why supporting public education in North Carolina has become so taboo. North Carolina state law and the North Carolina Constitution requires that students be given a free, sound, basic education with equal opportunities for all. It is the responsibility of the state and the county to provide funding for that free, sound, basic education. Prior to last year, the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners have been supportive of Franklin County schools and funding their requested budget. And it is not a good feeling to be at odds with the county manager or the county commissioners. I would hope that both of those parties would want what we want, and that is for our public schools and our children to be successful. I am very concerned, excuse me, because our county seems to be mimicking what is occurring in Raleigh and the state legislature. The decisions being made are not supportive of public schools, students, teachers, or school staff. The decisions they are making are more reflective of a group trying to dismantle public education in its entirety instead of supporting it. In order for us to be successful, we need to be able to attract and retain quality staff. We also need our basic needs taken care of, such as paying our utility bills, paying basic supplies and materials, and our health insurance paid. These are the only things that we're asking the county commissioners to support. There is no fluff in the budget request. If the budget proposal from the county manager is voted on as proposed, then that is also a vote to cut salaries or people, which in turn shortchanges our students, which is irresponsible. The bottom line is that Franklin County is growing by leaps and bounds, and thus has the funds to meet the request of the school board. We should not have to beg and plead with the county manager and the Board of County Commissioners to make public schools a priority. To be clear, this is not Franklin County strong. This is public school strong.
All right, next speaker is Tammy Petrosilla. Sure, that'd be fine. Yeah, we'll make note of that. All right, our next one is Anna Brown.
Hi, my name's Anna Brown. I live at 95 Broken Arrow Trail in Youngsville. Before I begin, I want to say thank you. Thank you to the commissioners for taking the time to hear us as the public and give us a voice in this decision. Thank you to Dr. Schuler and the Franklin County Board of Education for continuing to fight for your staff. Thank you to my fellow teachers in this room who have taught today and still shown up in solidarity and support tonight. Lastly, thank you to my fellow staff members at Franklinton Middle School, especially my team, Tasha Hatton, Angela Clifton, Chris Hartsfield, and my administrators, Ms. Boardman and Ms. Gianda Noto, for making FMS a wonderful place to work. I come here today as a middle school band teacher in the Franklin County school system, at least until June 12th. On June 12th, I will be finishing my last day at Franklinton Middle School, and will then be a teacher in the Wake County school system. You see, I came to FMS last year from a local charter school, and I will admit I was shocked. I was shocked because of the dedication, commitment, love, and drive that the teachers at my school and throughout the county had for our students. Teachers who were using their limited income to purchase snacks for our kids who were hungry due to food insecurity. Teachers who picked up clothes when they were at different clothing stores in order to stock our clothing closet, where students could come to grab jackets, pants, shirts, and shoes when the weather shifted and they didn't have the ability to purchase new clothes for themselves. Teachers who poured so much of themselves and their time into the success of our students, not just academically, but mentally. My year at FMS was not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but what I never doubted was the love and support that each student who walked into our building had from multiple different teachers and staff members. When filling out my intent form a few months ago, I had every intention of staying at FMS and dedicating years of my teaching career to my students and fellow staff members. Something that I am dedicated more to than my teaching career, though, is my family. And when hearing not only some of the county commissioners' conversations regarding our teachers in public schools, but also the complete lack of respect for our superintendent who has fought for us, it caused me great concern. Thank you. Enough concern for me to begin to look elsewhere, including Wake County. When I interviewed at the school that I am currently going to be teaching at next year, I was very clear in my reason to leave. I said specifically, I love my administration. I love my students. I love my colleagues, and I love where I work. What I don't love is the lack of confidence, the lack of support, and the disrespect I have felt from some of our county commissioners as well as some members of the public, most of which who have never stepped foot into a classroom recently or at all. And just to be clear, I am not a teacher who has been on the outs and is using this as a reason to leave. In fact, as a BT3, which means I am in my third year of teaching and my first year at FMS, I received Teacher of the Year from my colleagues. I am not up here to brag about teaching accomplishments or try to bully you into fully funding our schools. I am here to show you what this is costing FMS and Franklin County schools. I am here to show you that you haven't lost at least one teacher who truly cares and loves her students and works hard to always make them feel important, because they are. Yes, we hear all the time that teachers shouldn't teach for the money, and trust me, we don't. There are a lot of other jobs we could be doing that if we just wanted for the money, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a family to support. That doesn't mean that we don't have student loans to pay off that we worked for in order to receive the credentials that we have to teach these children. I showed up today to speak to you because I will continue to fight for my colleagues, whether or not I'm teaching in Franklin County schools. I will continue to fight for them and my students to have the best education and working environment possible, which means being paid a livable wage. Part of being a teacher is loving your students and wanting them to be successful, even when they are out of your classroom. I love my kids and I will always advocate for them and cheer them on. Please don't fail them now. Fully fund our public schools so that you don't lose other teachers who are committed to their students, but also their families. Don't make them choose between making a difference in our public schools and also needing to support their families. I look forward to many other town meetings because I will always be an advocate for Franklin County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, our next speaker is Jeannie Tober. Okay, at the budget one. Okay, next one is Annie Tober. Okay, keep going. All right, Sydney Reynolds. Okay.
But I will speak now. I'm Sydney Reynolds. I live at 434 Moore Perkerson Road, Spring Hope. Chairman Foy, Commissioners, Manager Denton, thank you for allowing me to speak again this evening, and thank you for your stewardship of our tax dollars. As a taxpayer, I've reviewed the county management team's budget, and I believe it is worthy of our support as a county. The thorny issue with the district school budget isn't going to be resolved before the fiscal year begins. So I think this budget, with its 5.2% increase in local expense, is reasonable. If you then need to revisit the amount after you've had a satisfactory and more rational meeting of the minds, the budget can always be adjusted. We have a number of areas in the school district itself that seem to need objective review. For example, you can look at the 2022-23 National Center for Education Statistics data. Thank you. Stanley County, which is 40 miles outside of Charlotte, may be one county school district to use as a quick benchmark. The data I scanned indicated that Stanley County had 23 schools evaluated. We had 16. Stanley County had 8,643 students. We had 7,897. So that's the reason I chose it. Stanley County had 539 teachers. We had 538. Now keep in mind they had about 750 more students. Stanley County had 449 other staff. We had 440. Let's keep in mind they have 7 more schools. If we then look at Table 30 of the North Carolina Public Schools Statistical Profile, Stanley County's per pupil amount was $1,332 versus our $2,845. Stanley County's 24-25 local expense supplement is budgeted at $16 million.
Thank you.
So I think as those looking at the county side, why is ours $10 million more? Nash County Schools has about 14,470 students. They ask for $21.8 million for the 2024-25 budget. As you know, Franklin County's proposed budget from the management team is $648,455. I think we also, as a county, need to look at school facilities at some point. If we look at the enrollment data and the trends, and in my case, as if we're looking at plant capacity, and I realize that's unkind, but it's my perspective, we'd be consolidating. We would be reducing plants. I think we need to take a look at reducing the number of schools. You have capacity in those schools that you're not filling. We may have very valid reasons for what we do. Still, I'd like to see us remove most of these caution flags, improve communication and collaboration, reduce the sophomoric data manipulation, such as isolating 5 of 16 schools and hoping the audience isn't savvy enough to see through that, or pretending that we're performing better than Raleigh Charter. Truth needs to be the starting point here. The good news, of course, is that we have sharp minds in this county, and positive attitudes that we have can change the trajectory, and we can end up with 16 high-performing district schools, trustworthy accountability, and happy taxpayers. And I think we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next was Wesley Velas. Excuse me now? I'll make a motion, we extend the public comment section. Then a motion made and second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Yes. All nays?
No.
Okay. Want to do a roll call on that one? Yeah, please, please. All right.
Mr. London, Ms. London, sorry.
Aye.
Ms. Bragg,
Harry Foy, yes.
No.
yeah, so then, Bragg, did you vote no? Okay. So then that means that the public
Okay.
hearing.
Motion fails. Sorry about that.
No.
Motion
Yeah, well, yeah, he didn't get to extend it, right,
No.
right. That's right, but no.
Motion failed.
Right. Okay. All right. Guess we'll be moving along to item 3, which is, okay, go ahead. Okay, what's going on? Okay, yeah, it was 4 against and 3 for. Okay. All right. All right, move on to item 3, public hearings. Item A is the fiscal year 25 recommended budget. This is the time scheduled to conduct a public hearing on the recommended fiscal year 25 budget. And I guess I can go ahead and keep on from these sheets here? No? Okay, my call? All right, I'll keep on this sheet then. All right, we'll start with Wesley Wyatt again.
Make a motion to go into public hearing.
Make a motion that we go into public hearing. Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, I'll open it up for the public hearing. Mr. Wesley Wheelis.
My name is Wesley Wheelis. I live at 85 RC Way, Lewisburg, North Carolina, 27549. I wasn't going to talk specifically about the budget, but I can. I think that the schools need to be fully funded, and that's it. I think I'm not going to talk too much about it. There's plenty of other people here that are much more well-spoken than I am. I just wanted to say, I started coming to these meetings about a year ago after the last big budget fight we had. In the last year or so, I've seen this board and the county manager get into heated exchanges with Bunn Town Council, Lewisburg Town Council, the Franklin County School Board and Superintendent, the Animal Rights Board and its members, the county tax assessor and the reevaluation company, nearly 100 Bud's Tavern patrons, and now a good chunk of teachers, parents, and school administrators from the county. I was trying to understand why this was, why we're having all this hostility at these proceedings. And I found a quote that I think sums it up really well. It's from a young woman named Taylor Swift. I don't know if you ever heard of her. The quote goes like this. It says, "It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me." I think this board needs to look in the mirror and kind of sing that song to themselves, and figure out what's going on. When the largest employer in the county, who is Franklin County Schools, is facing a possible 70% turnover rate because of this proposed budget, I think some introspection is necessary. Somebody needs to take a long look in the mirror. I don't think the people of the county, I don't think the people and the employees of Franklin County want to watch the county and the board sit on piles of money and purchase hundreds of acres of land for future development when we can't fund our schools. The citizens here don't want to see political favors and nepotism rewarded while basic infrastructure crumbles. The people that live and work here need a good education for their children. They need to be paid a living wage They need answers for where their water is coming from. They need solutions for traffic and uncontrolled growth, and they need taxes that the average person can afford. I think you guys really need to take a hard look at this budget before you vote on it. And I think you need to look at the citizens here. Yeah, I know you've limited to 30 minutes, but we're having an open hearing now. I think you need to take a hard look at the citizens of Franklin County, as well as your employees, both the ones that support you and the ones that don't. And I think you need to try to make the county a better place for everyone, not just a chosen few. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to Tammy Petrosella.
Okay. Tammy Petrosello, 90, Tanager Farms Drive, Youngsville. All right, good evening. All right, we're going to take a trip back in time to a not so long ago time. It was 2017 and 2019. And you may ask, what is so special about those two years? Some of you on this board will know because you were there. Those were the years that the North Carolina State School Board Association awarded the Franklin County Board of Commissioners the prestigious County Commissioner of the Year Award for, wait for it, always making public education a priority. The state went on to further describe the commissioners as, in addition, and this is a quote, to volunteering in classrooms and attending school events, these county commissioners further demonstrated their commitment to education this year by fully funding the school board's budget request, which reflected a $3.4 million increase and provided a pay raise for more than 400 classified employees. The 2017 Board of Education touted their commissioners as a, quote, group of men and women dedicated to the success of their community students and teachers. And I ask, what has happened to this board since then? A board that made public education a priority. A board that was described as dedicated to students and teachers. A board that fully funded the schools. I would like to recognize two commissioners for their support to Franklin County schools, and that's Commissioner Mark Speed for his words and actions on Leandro the other night. I appreciate that. And to Commissioner Kelly London for her concern about this board going to war with the public schools. Thank you both for being a champion for our schools, our teachers, and our students. What we are witnessing right now, I have never witnessed in my lifetime in Franklin County. I do not recall ever seeing this much conflict between these two boards, nor do I recall our county being so hostile toward our schools and our school board. Over the weekend, I learned that our county, under the management of Kim Denton, has hired, most likely, a very expensive lawyer who sent a hostile letter to Dr. Schuler. Not only just a high-profile out-of-county lawyer, but the same lawyer that was hired by Phil Berger and Tim Moore to represent the state in the Leandro case. For those that don't know, Phil Berger and Tim Moore hold the two most powerful positions in our state legislature. Both of these men are not friends or allies to public education and have diligently worked to pass legislation that has disrespected, defunded, and dismantled public education in the state. They have disrespected teachers and done nothing to help us. They refuse to release the Leandro funds that, per multiple court rulings, rightfully and legally belong to North Carolina Public Schools. And let me remind you all again, Franklin County schools would benefit from those funds by $22.2 million. Now that our county has hired, with taxpayers' money, the very lawyer who argues in court against releasing those funds, it has become clear that our county has not only declared war on our schools, but has no intentions of adequately funding our schools. They have chosen to abandon the children of Franklin County and slapped the 600-plus Franklin County educators in their faces. They have chosen to take the stance to cripple and starve our public school system. Our county constantly touts our county's growth. And we are growing. That is a fact, and it's a good thing. However, it must be noted, a growing community depends on a thriving public education system. It is one of the foundational pillars of not only a democracy, but a thriving, flourishing community. The public education system depends on the community, and the community depends on its public education. It is a two-way street, not a one-way street. We must work together to be successful. And are we really going to stand by and watch our county destroy one of the foundational pillars of a thriving community? This is a lose-lose, and everyone loses here. The teachers, the students, the citizens, the business owners, all of you. We all lose because there's no winners here. So it's time to act like the grown-ups I know you are and ask yourself, what would the board from 2017 and 19 do? Be that board again and vote to fully fund Franklin County schools. Thank you.
All right, I have Jenny Tober.
Thank you. October, 270 Rivers Edge Drive, Youngsville. Last time I was here, I intended to speak, but chose not to because I was so heartbroken by some of the uninformed and hurtful things that were said about our schools, our kids, and our superintendent. However, I realized upon reflection and prayer why these events bother me so much. And I think it boils down to this: education of all things, public service of all things, should not be politicized. I pay taxes precisely because I support police officers. I support paying taxes to support our teachers. I pay taxes to support our emergency services. I pay taxes to support our local infrastructure, and I expect we will fund all of these things. Ms. Denton, why are we expected to defer to you on your portion of the budget, but not defer to the Board of Ed and our educational experts on the school budget? I just want to make a moment to reflect on what today is. It's June 3rd. Schools end this week. The teachers and administrators assembled here should not be here tonight. This is not fun for the educators and families assembled in this room. They have better, more important things to do. Raise your hand if you are a parent and a taxpayer in this county.
Pretty much everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, Annie. Raise your hand if you are a teacher in this district. Raise your hand if you have grades due and you will be up late tonight grading papers because you're here. Raise your hand if you have an awards assembly to coordinate tomorrow. Raise your hand if you would not be here tonight if the elected officials on this board would respond to emails. Dr. Schuler and her team should be working with their principals to review data from this year and make instructional plans, professional learning plans, and building plans that will support school improvement that so many who spoke ill of the schools in recent weeks apparently want. I've emailed Commissioner Bragg, Foy, Pierce, Bunn, and Shriver in the past week, and not a single one replied. I also emailed Mr. Shriver after his conciliatory words at the end of last year's contentious commissioners meeting and invited him and any of the fellow commissioners to come visit Youngsville Elementary. Perhaps a coffee chat with the principal. I regret that never did he reply, because I guarantee you, though, that if you had come to visit, your day would have been improved. Interestingly, I reached out to Mr. Winslow, and he responded within 24 hours. I would like to thank him because he said he would be advocating for the $850,000 in low-income funding. So I want to at least give that notice. I want to contrast how ignored I and other community members have felt by our county government. With my experience as a parent in Franklin County schools in the last 4 years, Dr. Schuler has been phenomenal. If I reach out to her or the District Parent Advisory Council reaches out to her with a concern, she listens. She has built relationships with members of the community, and that should be commended. I feel like in this moment, we are upset with her because she's doing exactly what we would want an educational leader to do, which is build community involvement. And it's really a shame. I was actually one of the folks who was very upset about school masking at the end. And I got up in front of a board meeting and said, this is not what I want to see. She could have certainly looked at me and said, that's not somebody I can partner with. But she did the opposite. I was very pointed and she listened. Every time I have emailed FCS staff members since moving here in 2020, they reply in under 24 hours. So why are we all here? Because our elected school board and our superintendent are also not being heard and treated with respect by some of those assembled here. Please do the right thing, fund the schools, and demand that part of Ms. Denton's performance goals next year are to be more collaborative with our school leaders so that we are not here next year. I think that the person who's supposed to speak after me is Annie Tober. She's my daughter, and Eve Tober, who also was very impressed by the fact that her sister spoke. She had lots more to say to you last time, but she thought she had 3 minutes, and so she's just going to read the last part of her speech.
You might remember me from last time. And I've come to see more, as it came to my attention that everyone else got more time. So I am going to spend a little extra time on this. So we're talking about taxes and teachers. Last time we were here, I have some updates on my own school. My STEM teacher, who is probably one of my favorite teachers ever, had decided to quit because my school doesn't allow STEM anymore because it is too expensive. Why do you think that is correct? Because taxes are rising. I think so. I was very bummed on hearing this news, and this is what urged me to come to this meeting once again. Another reason why I came to this meeting is to talk about what other people said about my teachers, which I thought was very disrespectful, especially because none of them had ever been to my school or any of the schools where teachers teach. And I'd like to ask this district, have you guys ever been to any related to of our events such as carnivals, Battle of the Books, art shows, Read to America? All these are related to learning, and teachers and kids love doing them. Teachers and kids learn so much from this, and when do you think these teachers do this? In the middle of school when kids are learning? Of course not. They do it after school, and that just shows how much these teachers love their kids and love their classes. They go above and beyond with their jobs. The fact that the uneducated people who are talking to my teachers like that is very rude. The people said that the children were uneducated at the schools, were actually uneducated about the school. And schools just don't teach you about math, science, and that stuff. They will teach you other skills like art, computer skills, singing, and you'll have fun doing all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosemary Champion.
Good evening. Rosemary Champion, 1168 White Level Road, Lewisburg, North Carolina. I do want to clarify something because I was actually going to mention this tonight anyway. The 2017 and 2019 Commissioners of the Year for the State School Board Association actually had more members. Commissioner Foy was also on that. And Commissioner Bunn, were you here in 17? Okay, I know I was looking at my picture and I didn't see you in the picture, but I thought you were on that. But so there's several of you that are here. I'm going to keep my brief comments to let others speak because I've talked to all of you at separate occasions. But the main thing that I want everybody to know is why we're here. And we're here to fight for the kids. That is what matters. Any decision that we ever make at any of our board meetings, the driving factor is what is best for the kids. And we need to provide them with educated staff. We need to provide them with good facilities. We need to support them and we need to educate them. And then with our employees, with all of those, we need to take care of them, show them that they're appreciated, and let them know what a wonderful job they are doing. Our students, they're depending on you. And I don't want you to lose sight of what's important in this. We are projected to have 11,114 students in our school system next year. And that does count the charter schools because, unfortunately, you have to support the charter schools also. What I want you to do tonight is show our students and show our support staff and personnel and our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, all of them, that we appreciate what they're doing. They are raising the future of Franklin County. And please don't lose sight of the prize.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me back up here. I'm sorry. Ms. Tober, that's Eve? All right. Sorry about that. We'll make it up. Mhm.
Hello, my name is Evie Tover. I'm here to speak about why we need to pay our teachers better. First, do you know how much my teachers have done to put together these fun projects and fun activities so that me and my classmates may enjoy our class? I have to tell you some of my phenomenal experiences with teachers. My teachers are kind, they care for me and my classmates. And when I'm upset, they provide comfort. And one of my best teachers is Mrs. Brown. She is so kind, and she makes lessons so fun, and I look forward to going to school every day because she makes lessons so fun and interesting. I have not enjoyed reading since I was little, but in 4th grade, I signed up for Battle of the Books. I had an amazing coach, Miss Richards, who just left the school, and that makes me really sad. She coached me and a bunch of 4th and 5th graders that did not enjoy reading particularly, but she coached us into being the runner-ups in our Battle of the Books competition. She made them enjoy it, and most of the students from 4th grade were from Mr. Heller's class, and he is part of the reason why they love reading now. Another teacher I'm going to mention is Miss Hedgepeth. She made the lessons in math fun by letting us do scavenger hunts, puzzles, and many other fun math activities, but she had to pay for all of that with her own earnings. And many other of my teachers probably spent hundreds of dollars just to make sure that we enjoy our class and that we don't just not look forward to coming to school every single day. But because of them, we all look forward to going to school. The final teacher I'm going to mention is Miss Nash. She provided a calm and a fun learning environment. I was happy in her class and I felt safe. She made me enjoy reading. She made me love school. And she made my classmates and everyone who came into our school happy and feel safe and protected and love reading. I would probably be crying every day and when I came home from school, but I actually came home wanting to tell my mom what I learned, and saying how excited I was for the next day and to see what else we were going to be doing. But if you cut the funding for our wonderful teachers, people like me and kids like me are not going to enjoy coming to school every single day, because they're going to know that that we might lose our favorite teachers and the teachers that we love just because they are leaving to go to another district. And if we lose them, we're going to start losing students. And before you cut their pay, do we really want to lose these amazing teachers and when they go to a different district? Follow the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated, and please do the right thing and be a good human being for all of us. Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is Ryan Wagoner.
So Ryan Wegener, 149 Preacher Ball Road, Lewisburg, North Carolina.
Thank you.
Well, earlier this meeting was pretty disappointing thanks to the motion made by Danny Pierce. I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to hear from your constituents, but I guess you're not running for re-election, so that might be why.
Okay, no, just wait, hold it.
I'm talking about the motion.
Well, go ahead, let's keep it on track.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So that motion was carried by this board, so there's plenty of other blame to go around. It's not just Commissioner Pierce, I assure you.
Okay.
There's 4 other yes votes on that.
Okay.
And concerns his budget, I think it's ridiculous that you're pitting working class people against each other. You have a ton of people here who are teachers, they're working class, and whether it's your sheriff's department, your mechanics, the people who make this meeting happen, like the gentleman over here in the blue, they all deserve good wages. It doesn't matter what department they work for, they have bills to pay. Doesn't matter where they work, right? They have bills to pay. We all go to the grocery store. We all know it's getting harder to make ends meet. So why you're pitting these people against each other is beyond me. I think that's absurd. This county has more than enough tax revenue to pay these people's wages. And earlier I heard a comparison to Stanley County. They have 10,000 less citizens than us and over 150 open positions right now at their school system, and the school year is not out yet, right? So I don't know if that's a great comparison. Is that what we want to be, where we have hundreds of open positions in the future because we don't pay people enough to retain talent? That's not the county I want. That's not the education that I was brought up in. I'm a native of Franklin County. I went through Franklin County Public Schools. Many of my teachers have spoke tonight. Many more will speak later. I can't imagine you wouldn't want to support these teachers. And also, again, to not want to hear from the public on these issues really speaks to this board, and I will be sure that the public does not forget that. I can assure you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next speaker is Megan Jordan.
Hey, good evening. Megan Jordan, 60 Rice Drive, Wake Forest, North Carolina, 27587. Good evening, Chairman Foy, commissioners, and everyone in attendance. Thank you all for being here today. Before I begin, I do want to clarify a few things. Many of you here may know me as a member of the Franklin County Schools Board of Education. I'm a proud member of that, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I'm also a lifelong resident of Franklin County, and I'm a mother of 5 children, 2 of whom have gone through the Franklin County public school system and are thriving members of our community today. Because of my position, most of you also know I am a registered Republican. Although the Board of Education is intended to be nonpartisan, it has unfortunately become a political issue over the past few years. Today's matter, however, transcends political affiliations. This issue is about our community, our children, and our future. Therefore, I'm setting aside my political views to address a situation that deeply concerns us all, or at least it should. It's frankly embarrassing that we've reached this point. As a community, we should be united in our efforts to support and uplift our school system, yet we find ourselves divided and at odds. This should not be the case, especially when we have such a dedicated leader at the helm of our school system. We are not and cannot be experts in every area, which is why we hire certain individuals to handle specific tasks and then work together towards our shared goals. I want to take a moment to express my deep respect and admiration for our superintendent, Dr. Rhonda Schuler. She's an exemplary role model for our students, demonstrating integrity, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to education. Dr. Schuler has consistently shown that she cares deeply about the success of our students and the well-being of our staff. She goes above and beyond, engaging with numerous outside organizations to enhance her understanding and bringing innovative and effective practices into our curriculum in schools. She makes it a point to build relationships with the students and staff. Her involvement in these organizations is not just a testament to her dedication, but also a reflection of her proactive approach to leadership. She seeks out the best resources and practices, ensuring that our students receive a top-notch education and that our staff are well supported in their roles. Her commitment is evident in the positive changes we have seen within our schools. From improved student performance to enhanced support systems for teachers, Dr. Schuler has played a pivotal role in driving our school system forward. Remember, Rome was not built in a day. In these challenging times, we need to come together and support leaders like Dr. Schuler, who work tirelessly for the betterment of our community. It's time to put aside our differences and focus on what truly matters, the education and the future of our children, which is also the future of our community. It's unacceptable for anyone to stand before our community and shame others by name, no matter what side you're on, especially when they don't have all the facts. Dr. Schuler did not deserve to sit here and listen to the comments that were made to her and about her 2 weeks ago. Let me take a minute to tell you a few things about that woman, as she was called. That woman is kind and compassionate with a heart for others. That woman has served the public school students of our great state for 31 years. That woman is a wife and a mother to 2 amazing daughters. That woman is transparent and honest even when it's tough. She prides herself on being a good communicator and working well with others. To hear people refer to her despairingly and say many other hateful things is not acceptable, and quite honestly, shame on the commissioners for allowing it to happen. I'm not one to seek confrontation or cause an uproar, but I also will not sit back and watch people spread half-truths or false information to belittle someone. Dr. Schuler is always willing to sit down and have conversations and has offered to do so on multiple occasions. If you're not willing to hear the other side or have not even stepped foot in one of our schools, then I believe that you have little room to weigh in on the topic. Thank you for your time. I'm hopeful that we can move forward with respect and unity for the sake of our students and our schools.
All right, next is Tanya Treadway.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Treadway, and I live at 1208 Miracle Drive, Wake Forest. I don't live in Franklin County, but I have the privilege of driving here every day to serve Franklin County schools as the principal of Lewisburg Magnet High School. I'm new to Franklin County schools, but I have proudly served North Carolina public schools for 27 years. I've worked at elementary, middle, and high school levels as a teacher and as an administrator. I also attended public schools as a student. My own story as a student is not unlike many who have experienced hardship. I needed a bus to get to school. And I cry about things that I'm passionate about. I was able to access food through the school lunch program, and I spent many extra hours receiving additional support from teachers and coaches over the years. And the adults in my life have made a major impact on who I have become as a person and as an educator. And now I am a servant leader. All right, get it together, Treadway. Oh, wow. Okay. As the principal of Lewisburg Magnet High School, I have the responsibility to serve the people of the school community And as public officials, you share this same responsibility. We should be working together to address the disparities that do exist and strive to find solutions to problems that impact all of us. I am perplexed by the shift in attitude that has taken place in the last few years regarding the role of educators. I distinctly remember the moment that schools were closed and the weeks that followed when our towns and communities came together to help our students and their families. At that time, there was an outpouring of support and gratitude for educators. Sentiments about appreciating this work echoed across social media outlets, and we all worked together to find ways to continue to serve our students. We provided meals, we delivered meals, we provided instructional materials to take home, and we began to look for ways to teach despite it all. And it was not perfect. It was not easy, and it was not our fault. We're doing our jobs because we cared, and like everyone else, we needed help. Hard times can bring out the best in people, but sometimes they bring out the worst. And unfortunately, our news and social media outlets thrive on negativity. And by the time we're able to come back to school, the tides had turned. And where there was once gratitude, seeds of hatred had been planted, and people hid cowardly behind their keyboards. The very people that had expressed care and concern declared open season on public education. Many people left education altogether, and others contemplate that choice even now as they grow weary from begging for support and being berated by people who have never walked in those shoes. And it saddens me to see that we are so hell-bent on hating that we can't seem to see the goodness all around us. If we are ever to lift up our communities and thrive, we must put people, children, before politics. We have to remember why we are here and what is at stake. We needed help then, and we need help now more than ever. And in the aftermath of COVID, we find ourselves trying to survive an epidemic of hate, and we desperately need a cure. Every day, this is the part I love. Every day, I have the privilege to serve my school. And when I talk to my students, I encourage them and I share with them messages of hope for their future. I begin the morning announcements every day with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I end with our school motto. These opportunities, practice excellence, and create the future. The future of this community resides in the hands of the people that walk those halls of our school every day. They need and deserve highly qualified teachers who are invested in their success. Their bus drivers are the first and last people that see them to and from school every day. 2 out of 3 meals are provided for them, and we strive to keep them sheltered in buildings that are suitable for teaching and learning to take place. But if our doors keep turning, who will teach them? Who will drive those buses? Who will feed them? Who will keep the lights on? Will it be you? Are you willing to do that for them? For 27 years, I have done these things, and again, I am grateful for the opportunity to serve. I have driven the bus. I have served lunches. I've mopped floors, and I have visited the homes of students in crisis, and I will continue to do this as long as you let me. But I cannot do it alone. I need your help. I would like to leave you today with the wise words of the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. If you want to be a true professional, you will do something outside yourself, something to make life a little better for people less fortunate than you. Thank you.
Next is Danrell Sosa. State your name and address for the board.
Danielle Souza, 691 Morris Road, Youngsville.
Thank you.
Welcome. First, I want to thank you for this opportunity to come. I want to thank you for listening to all of us speak, because I know you don't want to be here. We want to be here either. Kids. But I'm speaking to you on behalf of the parents. children who attend Franklin County Public Schools. Personally, I am not affected by today's budget decision, but our children may be. My children have had amazing teachers and are excelling academically. My fourth grader came home the other day and he said he had a level 4 for reading on his end of the year grade level tests and a level 5 for math. And I recently had the opportunity to sit and observe several high school science classes here in Franklin County. And let me tell you, those teachers were phenomenal. The $30 million Franklin County Schools is requesting is measly in comparison to what other state school districts spend on their school systems. If the teachers cannot get their longevity bonus, they may consider going to surrounding districts that pay higher supplemental bonuses, like Wake County at 18%, Durham at 16.5%, and Granville at 12%. And I'm worried about that. Our kids need these amazing, exceptional teachers in the classrooms teaching them. I don't want them to go somewhere else. I want them to stay here. We don't want to lose our teachers. They already work so very hard for very little pay. The average income in Franklin County is a little over $70,000, a salary most teachers won't even make. Those high school teachers that I mentioned previously were already stretched thin, covering for vacant positions instead of using their planning period to plan amazing lessons for our children. I could not imagine having to cover for more vacant positions if more teachers leave. The desperate attempt to find teachers may lead to less qualified and less experienced teachers coming in. Are we working towards making our schools better, or are we setting them up for failure? What will the people of Franklin County, the future commissioners, look like in about 20 to 30 years if we continue down this path of underfunding the schools? What about the education for our children? There are not enough charter schools or private school vouchers for 7,900 children who attend public school in Franklin County. Not all family dynamics can support homeschooling. Not all family dynamics can support even going to a charter if they get accepted. A lot of them need buses or reduced lunches, or lunches at all. Public school teachers go to school to teach their subject and are darn good at it and qualified to do so. All children deserve the right to a quality education to get them started in life. Underfunding the schools will further increase a gap that we are all striving to close. Our children need good teachers to remain teaching in Franklin County, for our schools to flourish, and for our future generation to succeed. I'm asking you today to please consider the ramifications of not fully funding the schools and therefore the teachers not receiving their longevity bonus, which keep them here. Please think of our children when you make your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rhonda Schuler.
Good evening, Chairman Foy, members of the Board of Commissioners, Ms. Denton, and guests this evening. It's very difficult to follow some of the heartwarming stories that we've already heard this evening in support of public schools, and I'm grateful and humbled by that as a Franklin County Schools employee. I pride myself on communication, but I'm going to be honest, I am at a point where I don't know that I have the words left needed to speak to the current budget situation and how we got here. I was disappointed last year with engaging in a back and forth and the public spectacle, honestly, that emerged last year around the budget. It was such a negative experience, and at a time when we should have been celebrating the conclusion of a successful year. It bogged our employees down and our parents down with worry about what the future would hold for our schools. And I'm a very reflective person, and I reflected a lot on that to think about what we could do differently to avoid that going forward. So I was determined that we wouldn't do that to our folks this year. So in January, I invited county leadership, Ms. Denton was part of that, Mr. Foy as well, and some of our district leaders, along with county folks, specifically for a conversation on how we could have a smooth budget process this year and avoid the drama and avoid the turmoil. I said at that time we would meet as often as needed to discuss the budget request and to answer any questions that you all may have. I asked them, county leadership, to let us know what information you needed and in what format it was needed so that county leaders would have what you needed to make a budget decision. We reached back out again in March to ask for the specific questions and information needed, and we worked to provide that information. We submitted our budget request, and we looked forward to sitting down to discuss it like we have in years past. But we weren't given the opportunity to do that this year. And the process devolved into the county hiring an educational consultant and an external, I'm assuming expensive attorney, to demand information that we have been willing to provide and demanding answers to questions that honestly, based on the meeting we had May 15th, we thought we had answered. So that lots of confusion around that. I will say this, we are revisiting the information we've already provided. We're cross-referencing with the attorney's letter, the attorney from Womble Bond Dickinson's letter from Friday afternoon, and we're more than willing to provide the needed information to commissioners. But I want to make one thing really clear about that. I can assure you that nothing that we can provide at this point will change the need that we have for full funding of our request. As we've stated numerous times, and we have provided extensive documentation to support, we have asked for what we need and not a penny more than that. Our request for an additional $5.2 million in funding is straightforward. I'll rehash it again. I know for folks in the audience, you've heard this a lot, but of this, $3.36 million is for Franklin County schools, with $1.85 million of that going to charters. Crucially, $2.5 million of that $3.36 million of the funds for Franklin County schools is to maintain the longevity retention bonus that is vital for our employees' salaries. Again, the county manager understands the importance of recruiting and retaining staff. She's recommending a $1.4 million increase in employee salaries for the county. I'm not clear because since it starts after the first quarter, I'm wondering if that's prorated and will be rolled into the next year's budget at $1.9 million. Not sure on that, but 1.4 up to $1.9 million increase for county employees in the upcoming year. And I want to be really clear, and somebody mentioned we shouldn't be pitting folks against each other, and I totally agree with that. I'm not saying that county employees don't deserve to receive competitive salaries. They absolutely do. I'm pointing out that the county has indicated this raise is important for county government employees in order for them to get and keep good people in those jobs. We aren't even asking for raises for our employees. We are simply asking the county to maintain the financial incentive that we have had in place for 3 years to get and keep good people. I was really glad to hear Commissioner Bragg say that if you do it for one group, you have to do it for the other. So thank you for saying that, Ms. Bragg, Commissioner Bragg. We appreciate that. We are hopeful that all of our county commissioners see the importance of recruiting and retaining our workforce by funding the salary increases for local government and the longevity bonus for our employees. And we believe that this can be done by dipping into county fund balance without raising taxes. As I stated earlier, I was committed to a smooth budget process this year, and unfortunately, despite my best efforts, we're here tonight during the last week of school to ask that our Board of Commissioners recognize the need to fully fund our request. I think Ms. Reynolds mentioned a rational meeting of the minds. I totally agree with that. We've been asking for that since January. We would like that as well. I think we need to look differently at how we approach this work so that there are clear lines of communication in this budget process. I think we need to do, after this is over, a collective autopsy on this budget season and see what could be done better or differently so that we don't end up here again. If there is anything that our team needs to do better or differently going forward, then we stand ready to make that happen because we care about our schools and we care about our families and our staff. But at this point, we need full funding of our schools for next year, or we will potentially lose valuable employees that we cannot afford to see walk out the door, potentially doing irreparable harm to our schools and our students. As one of the fastest growing counties in the state, we cannot afford to get this wrong. There is no room for error on that. Failure to fully fund our request will result in the loss of valuable employees, harming our children's education and the county's future. We've already seen that this evening. We're losing a great teacher from Franklin County Schools who will be missed. This is not an exaggeration. This is the honest truth of where we are right now. This is time sensitive. It is critical that we receive full funding and we receive it quickly because we need to, our employees need to be reassured and our families and staff need to be reassured that the Board of Commissioners value the work that needs to take place, the important work that needs to take place in our schools for our children, and we can't do it without those employees. And my concern is that every day that passes, it's June, every day that passes, that there's this uncertainty, there's the possibility that we could lose another bus driver, another instructional assistant, another teacher, another cafeteria worker, mechanic. We cannot afford for that to happen, and I want to be really clear about that. So what I'm asking tonight, I'm saying, we need to do this differently going forward, and we are on board with that. But right now, we need full funding for our schools. Thank you.
All right, next is Dan Tingen.
I yield back my time.
Okay, all right then. Moving on is Dewey Botts. Okay, moving on down is Tom Coterie. I don't know if I said that right or not, but. Sure, that's fine. Thank you. Our next one is Tasha Hatton.
My name is Commissioner Tasha Hatton. I am from Franklinton, 104 Bullock Street, Franklinton, 27525. Good evening, Commissioners, school board, teachers, staff, guests, and Ms. Denton. I'm going to say again, like I did last time, I'm going to respectfully ask that whatever it is that you're writing, doodling, reading, typing, whatever it is that you're doing, I'm going to ask that you stop and pay attention because I'm tired of not seeing people listen. It's incredibly disrespectful to the people who have come up to this podium to try and speak and wonder what it is that you're writing and doing up there, because for all I know, y'all are on Facebook.
Disagree with that, ma'am.
Okay.
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 All right, all right. Okay.
No, that's fine.
All right, hey,
I saw her last year. You were
Mr.
there.
Shriver.
This is a good thing. So these notes are very important to me, folks, because this is what gives me time to reflect.
Mr. Shriver, I'm sorry. Please keep with the subject at hand, nothing personal, please.
I've spoken before. For the last 2 years, I have stood in this very spot and begged for you to do the right thing and fully fund our schools. I believe, in my opinion, my words have fallen mostly on deaf ears. And I don't say that sentence lightly. My best friend is deaf. It's not meant to be a slam to her. It's simply how I feel. So tonight, I'm done begging. I'm done pleading my case, our case. Our students and their families are counting on you to fund our schools. I'm here to tell you that without this longevity bonus, along with after-school tutoring, extra pay for covering extra classes during my planning period, splitting out classes that come into my class because we don't have enough subs as it is, I stand to lose more than $5,000 a year, and I can't afford to lose that. Can you? That's 5 months of rent. Maybe 8 months of car payments and insurance. I'm still paying off doctor visits for my cancer diagnosis. But I'm still here because I love my school. I love my students. I love this county that I have spent almost half my life in. I'm not a Franklin County native, but I've been here long enough to consider myself home. I have proudly served the students and families of Franklin County for 20 years, longer than most of you have been county commissioners. And I can safely say that I have positively impacted thousands of students and their families' lives. Please fully fund our budget, fully fund our school. And if I'm begging for anything tonight, please don't make it where I have to leave where I love.
Next is Quinley Coley.
My name is Quinley Coley. My address is P.O. Box 326, Lewisburg, North Carolina, 27549. Good evening, Chairman Foy, Board of Commissioners, County staff, Board of Education, Franklin County School staff, County Manager Kim Denton, and Superintendent Dr. Rhonda Schuler. Also, good evening to the taxpaying citizens of Franklin County who happens to represent 637 of the hardworking, dedicated employees that have benefited from the local longevity bonus. We'll circle back around to discuss that if time is allowed. Moments like this cannot be duplicated when we have all stakeholders in the same room to hear the facts at the same time. So I hope to be able to get through my speech tonight. Sometimes the facts seem disrespectful and unkind. Sometimes the facts require you to comply with doing something that you must do regardless of how much you disapprove or disagree. Sometimes the facts smack you so hard in the face that it leaves a permanent scar that leads you to a lifetime of vengeance that causes disruption and chaotic behaviors. That's not what we need here in this board. In the end, the facts will always prevail, so let me go ahead and apologize now. I'm sorry if the facts are starting to bother some people, but it is what it is. Please don't shoot the messenger. I'm simply going to stick to the facts and nothing less. We've heard Dr. Schuler get criminalized in the public and talked about, but she's not alone. These are not her details in her budget request. Everyone that you see in here, whether it's an employee or whether it's a taxpayer, we support this request. These employees need this funding. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Quinley Coley. I'm a proud product of Franklin County Public Schools. I was born and raised near the White Level and Edward Best communities. I graduated from Bunn High School and continued my education, receiving a 4-year degree in accounting at Fayetteville State University. After graduating, I worked in managerial corporate banking services and general ledger and payroll accounting before I applied for a financial accounting position with Franklin County Schools in November 2001. I happily accepted the job offer at the tender age of 25, and the rest is history. I turned 48 years old yesterday, by the way, but instead of celebrating my birthday or preparing for the upcoming work week, I spent my entire day yesterday dissecting the details within the letter that I received from Matthew Tilley on May 31st, Friday, at 4:43 p.m. I got over it, and yes, I will do it all again if it will help whatever information the county commissioners need to fully understand so that they can fully fund the Board of Education's funding request for 2024-25. Yes, I will do it all again. Yes, the date and the time of this letter is important for this conversation because it's one of many examples that I can share about how we are receiving communication from county leadership and what seems to be tactics that are being used against the Board of Education. Matthew Tilley is the county's third contracted attorney that drafted a letter that many of you may have seen on the internet over the weekend. Matthew Tilley is listed as the partner of Wumble Bond Dickinson. Don't get me wrong, he has many other categories of expertise in the legal field, but under the section titled Education, here's what's listed. Mr. Tilley's bio, he devotes a substantial portion of his practice to advising education providers, including charter school operators. He sat on the board of directors to the North Carolina Alliance for Public Charter Schools. He serves as the outside general counsel to the Coalition of Charter Schools. He has successfully represented over 30 charter schools in cases concerning per pupil funding allocations. The takeaway here is that the county's third attorney supports charter school funding litigation, not traditional public schools. But this is who the county manager has decided to contract with to support the conversation about funding Franklin County public schools. And we all heard about how he feels about Leandro funding. Enough about that. Let's talk a little bit more about the facts that you need here about funding the needs to support the 8,000 plus students enrolled in Franklin County schools, the additional 3,000 plus students enrolled in charter schools, and the 1,368 W-2s that we processed in January 2024. This number represents all full-time, part-time, temporary, permanent staff employed here at Franklin County Schools, the largest employer in this county. Before I continue, I'd like to mention that I looked at the county's website and I noticed that the organizational chart is dated February 2022, but it denotes that the assistant county manager serves as the liaison between the county manager and several areas of operations, including elections, things like social services. I couldn't locate the person that serves as the liaison between the county commissioners and the Board of Education. That's because it does not exist. Not within the current organization of things, but I could be wrong. We have made numerous efforts to collaborate with county leadership over the past few years so that we won't have to go through this drama each year during budget season. And here we are again. No one wins when we have this much discord between two elected boards, but the common denominator continues to be the lack of collaboration and communication. Can you, Chairman Foy, tell us who the county government leadership team has been assigned to work with the Board of Education leadership team so that you can gain insight about public education and the funding needs for our staff? We need this commitment. Is it the county manager, the finance director, one of the newest assigned assistant county managers, the new public information officer, the new project analyst, or more recently hired, is it the staff attorney? Or maybe it could be the newest contracted attorney, Matthew Tilley, or the contracted expert in public school business, Aaron Bowyer. See, all of these positions have been added since 2022. They've been hired or contracted, but no one seems to be assigned to serve as the liaison between the county commissioners and the County Board of Education. Why? Is that too much to ask? In my opinion, lack of communication and lack of collaboration has been the reason why we have struggled each year with conducting a smooth budget process. And now it has resulted in mistrust. I'm not going to go down the entire timeline because we heard the timeline details at the May 7th meeting. But I think it's important for the public to know how things truly unfolded this year. I initially reached out to the finance director asking her to keep us posted about the format of the budget this year. She responded that it will be in the same format as it was this year. That was in March. We have worked with the district to draft a pretty solid budget that reduced spending by over $400,000. We have always tried to do more with less. Needless to say, with the cost of doing business in comparison to the past few years, it is increased. We all know that the cost of doing business has increased. It's increased with inflation, benefits and salaries, and all of those types of things. But we tried. As the quotes began to come in for things such as insurance renewals, utilities, things like that, it exceeded our efforts to reduce spending. That one pager that Mr. Piper highlighted at the May 7th meeting says it all. And he was not trying to be disrespectful. He was simply saying that regardless of how much paper you receive, and we will provide the information that you want, but regardless, that one page said it all. The bottom line is that our biggest budget request is resulting from the local longevity bonus that comes with a cost of $2.5 million. The Franklin County Board of Education has requested $363,911 to help cover the cost of a $2.5 million longevity bonus and other things that we simply could not cut from the budget. In other words, we are asking for the $2.5 million to cover the longevity bonus and another $863,911 to cover those other things like utilities, salaries, benefit costs. The right side of that one-pager document that Mr. Piper highlighted at the May 7th meeting, it displays the $1,849,709 that would transfer to the charter schools simply because legislation requires Franklin County schools to provide a per pupil share with the charter schools for every student that is a Franklin County resident enrolled in a charter school. The funding share is currently 28% of all local current expenses allocated from the county. Believe me, I wish that the law read differently, but I must abide by the rules, or else there are financial penalties that are covered by the law. This means that for those of you who do not understand how the funding works, that I must request $1.28 for every $1 that I need to support Franklin County schools. This per pupil share not only travels to the three charter schools that are here in our district, but we also must transfer the funds to the other 26 plus charter schools that have enrolled children that are residents of Franklin County schools. It's not just the 3 that are here. I'm discussing charter schools because it represents a large share of our budget, and I have to make sure that you understand this. And don't get me wrong, public school funding is very different from county government funding. So I understand if you have questions, and I'm here to assist you with those questions. As the expert representing Franklin County schools, as the chief of finance, I think I'm okay to call myself an expert after 23 years of working directly with the Franklin County Schools Finance Department. Speaking of experts, on May 15th, so they needed their expert to discuss the details with me, the expert, so that they could best educate the county, because at this point, they did not know what questions to ask. That is a fact that the new contracted attorney would not know because he was not present at the meeting. And maybe that's why his letter that we received on Friday at 4:30 something, it referenced May 17th instead of May 15th. We had a very good conversation during the meeting with Mr. Dorfer, even commenting that he gained a better understanding of the charter school funding. He said he did not know that we had to transfer funds to the charter schools outside of the district, not just the 3 that are in the district. That's a huge milestone for him to understand that. But it took him to understand that, not the ones we've been working with for the past 3 or 4 years. I showed him the details about our in and out of county charters, and like I said, we had a very good conversation. Mr. Bowyer stated that the county absolutely would not find anything beneficial from asking for the invoices or asking for the quotes to help them assist with the questions about the funding request and making a decision about funding. These were his words. He's not here. And I don't know if the meeting was recorded, but Ms. McCray, we have to go off of you and our attorney's word, and those were the things that were discussed. Those were the things that were the outcomes. He said he did not, Mr. Bowyer, he stated that the county absolutely would not find anything beneficial from asking for charter school invoices. He said that the quotes would not assist them. These were his words. He stated that he just needed to decide, he stated that the county just needed to decide if they could financially support the bonus or whether they just desired to support the bonus financially or support it. At the end of the conversation, there was no task list of items that was provided to us. There was nothing that we were told that we were supposed to return back to the county. And everyone walked away from the table feeling better because they were finally able to sit down and have a healthy conversation. This is the reason why I was surprised to receive this letter from the contracted attorney dated May 31st at 4:35, stating that the Franklin County Schools had not complied with the county's request for additional information referencing the back and forth questions and answer document that had exchanged multiple times. If the county leadership did not provide a follow-up response or request after the May 15th conversation with the contracted expert, how are we to know that there were questions that remained? Again, communication and collaboration is key. Many of the details that have been requested have already been shared, and we are willing to share more. County Commissioners, I ask you, who will be the person that will answer those questions for you once you receive the details? Please make sure that the county manager assigns a liaison for the Board of Education before the next budget cycle. We matter too. For anyone that states that Quinley Augusta Coley does not provide the details, ask around. Those that know me truly know that I require the details, and I'm not afraid of asking the hard questions to get to the answers. I have copies of emails that I've sent to the finance department each year, and yes, it's full of detailed responses. It's full of electronic links to shared documents and things that I've hoped has helped with answering the questions for the county commissioners. However, nothing replaces a good old-fashioned face-to-face conversation between individuals that are eager to learn, and I look forward to that. For example, after receiving the Board of Education's approval of the local longevity bonus plan on December the 13th, 2021, we already had an agenda, Dr. Schuller, we already had an agenda and a meeting on the calendar to meet with the county leadership at 3:00 on Tuesday, December the 14th. Why? We did this because even though we were using ESSER temporary funds to support the local longevity bonus, we knew that if the plan worked, we would need support from the county to fund the $2.5 million projected cost. Among many things during this meeting, we shared the budget resolution, discussed ESSER funding, the longevity bonus, North Carolina Education Lottery capital funds, in relation to debt service, and I brought up the topic about the low wealth eligibility for funding us as the landscape of our community had already started to change. And this was 3 years ago. Speaking of low wealth funding, I have to mention that we have received communication from DPI that we are potentially going to have a reduction of $845,000 of low wealth funds. And that's because our county is wealthier. It does not have a lot to do with us losing ADM. It has everything to do with the fact that the state of North Carolina says that a wealthier district that can produce more revenues on its own no longer qualify for the method of formula or the formula that provides low wealth funds to the district. So again, we started the conversation 3 years ago, and here we are receiving a notice that we may potentially lose $845,000 and have no control over that. After the first year, we started to see our staff turnover begin to slow down. So during each opportunity to discuss the budget, Included with each budget presentation and each state of the district presentation, we have continued to communicate to the that the local longevity bonus and the potential cost of the bonus was $2.5 million, so that the county manager could relay our retention efforts and cost to the county commissioners. Not 1 year has passed without this conversation. Not one. It's very hard for me to remain quiet about some of the narratives that are playing out on social media as the Board of Education rolled out of, it just makes it seem like the Board of Education rolled out of bed on April the 16th, knocked on the door of the county commissioner meeting and asked for $2.5 million to fund a longevity bonus. It didn't happen that way. That's not how it happens. We shared the longevity bonus plan on day number 2 of it being approved, and I have remained consistent with this communication. My question is, has everyone read the plan? Let me explain that this local longevity bonus is not a one for all. One of the most difficult hurdles to overcome is a revolving door of staff, especially when it comes to when it concerns the education of children. We have watched over and over again, staff will leave, come back, staff will leave again, with no financial incentive for staying here employed with Franklin County Schools. Why should they stay? The non-competitive salary that we pay won't afford them or give them the opportunity to buy one of those nice 300,000 to 600,000 houses that we continue to build here in the county. Why should they stay? They will never be able to afford rental of one of those hangars so they can fly in and out of the Executive Triangle Airport that we hear about all the time. Why should they stay? My point in saying all of that is this: who are we building this county up for? If we do not keep a prioritized focus on education and staffing good people, providing competitive wages, we will have a community full of top execs flying in and out of the county, benefiting from the hard labor of residents that can't afford to live in the district that they support. No one wins when we don't put our children first. During the 2019 school year, we received full support from the county to fund our classified salary study. It was mentioned tonight. We did not receive a response about the default local expense rate because the county commissioners understood the dire need for funding. This provided the Board of Education an opportunity to make right a wrong. For 14 years, the district had not conducted a salary study. And to make matters worse, the people that did decide to work here were capped at 4 years of external service. Yes, that means that if you did not work directly with Franklin County Schools, you could only bring 4 years of your experience with you. We corrected that and have not had another salary study since then. The influx of ESSER funds has provided us over $5 million to support HVAC upgrades and $2.5 million to reward staff that return to the district each year. Otherwise, we would have been required to seek funding to support multiple salary studies for multiple categories of staffing on top of the cost of the salary study itself. That's a waste of money. Keeping in mind that we have not faced some of the walkouts and some of the other things that other districts have faced. Keeping in mind that Franklin County Schools has maintained operations in the face of a pandemic. Keeping in mind that Franklin County Schools has sustained average daily membership, or ADM, student population in the midst of one of the largest charter schools in the state of North Carolina, opening right here in our district. And if you ask DPI or your contracted expert, Aaron Bowyer, they will both agree with this statement. Franklin County Schools has had some slight fluctuations in ADM, but unlike the rest of the districts, we have maintained versus others that have crashed and burned. We need your support to prevent catastrophic impacts for our students, our staff, and our community. If we have received communication from the county that there were questions about the plan or that there was concerns about the district's ability to fund the plan, we would have taken a pause, communicated those concerns to staff, and came back to the table. The reality is that no one has communicated to us over the past 3 years that there were any concerns from the commissioners or that they contested the plan or could not afford the plan. We have tried to decrease spending, to be conservative with funding, and great stewards of the taxpayer dollars in hopes of receiving funding for the longevity bonus upon the expiration of the ESSER funds. We have watched the budget recommendations flow through under the county's watch for the following: 20 vehicles in 2023, 16 vehicles in 2024, 23 vehicles in 2025, whereas the Franklin County school staff continue to drive vehicles that have been restored, bought, used, or retired from the state. For example, we sold $12,000 in scrap metal so that we could use those funds to purchase an old state retired vehicle and give it a nice paint job. Talk about being conservative. We have watched county departments add staffing. We have watched the county manager recommend compensation and classified salary studies to make staff keep competitive pay. We have heard the county manager's recommendation and watched the commissioners approve, because evidently you have vetted the process and feel this is what you need best for your departments. The Board of Education is not interested in digging into the details about why the county commissioners are adding all this expense to the budget. The Board of Education has never stated, well, if they do that for them, then you got to do it for us. That's not how we roll. We are happy to see that Franklin County residents are finally receiving, Franklin County employees are finally receiving competitive salaries instead of traveling in and out of the county to make ends meet. Great job, commissioners. We know that you have to review salaries for positions that are different from the bus drivers, the cafeteria staff, the teachers, the counselors, the data managers, the central office support, and etc. But we have to look out for them. What the Board of Education has remained focused on is supporting a local longevity bonus that's based on the what the Board of Education has remained focused on is supporting a local longevity-based bonus for the Franklin County Schools staff, supporting those that work hard to support our children, our next generation, and our future. Over 1,000 employees have benefited from the $2.5 million funding. This request is also representing over 600 represents over 600 tax-paying citizens of the Franklin County District. Please don't let them down and show them that and please show them that you care. Please provide a motion that will fully fund the entire request of $33,152,424,000, representing Franklin County schools and the requirements for funding charter schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Kimberly Rochelle. Bakely, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
All right.
No worries. It's like bake a cake, Bakely. Kimberly Bakely, 7011 Foxcliff Lane, Raleigh, North Carolina. So I know what you're thinking. That's a long way from Franklin County. Just a bit, right? So let's start with two words: passion and commitment. I'm originally from Western upstate New York. I'm from Rochester, New York. Moved down here with my family 5 years ago. Unfortunately, I lost my mother about a month ago to Alzheimer's and dementia, a 15-year battle. And let me tell you, like many of my very dedicated colleagues and administrators and just educators in Franklin County, most of us have to work, not one, not two, several, I'm going to say 5 jobs, just to be able to support my family and pay student debt. Not a regret, because I'm living what I dreamed of doing my whole life. I think in my 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Akins, always said, Kim, you're passionate, you got a huge heart, but education's political. Don't get into it. And she's like, I know you weren't going to listen to me. And she was right. I've been doing this for 15 years. It's beyond my passion. I started teaching in the Rochester City School Districts, did that for 8 years, pushing 10. Now, 15 years later, always worked at a Title I school, always worked with kids, and that was my purpose, because I had great teachers that served so many purposes. I don't want to lose phenomenal colleagues. I can tell you right now, I'm not going anywhere. I don't plan to. Moved here 5 years ago.
This is my home. I now consider myself a North Carolinian. Don't want to go anywhere. But let's go back to those words of passion and commitment. When we can't, our students don't have the voices, or they're afraid to use their voices, we need to be their voices. But we need voices as educators as well. Not just used for our kids, but to support ourselves and our families. And I know this might seem a bit extreme, but from a favorite singer and professional friend of mine on my arm, it says, use your voice. And yes, it is tattooed on my left forearm. When others can't use their voices, we need to be the voice for them. Teachers need that voice as well. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere, but I don't want to lose good colleagues. I can't think of any more passionate or committed individuals that I've worked with than in North Carolina. And I'm sick and tired of people from out of the district, out of the state saying, they're not as good down south. I disagree. The data proves it. We are just as strong, if not stronger, than other districts, other states. And we need to keep good teachers, good educators here. So please fully fund Franklin County Schools. Thank you.
All right, next is Amanda Peterson.
Hi, my name is Amanda Peterson, 390 Timberlands Drive, Lewisburg. So I'm just here as a mom. I don't normally come to things like this. I don't like to get involved. I don't want the stress of it. But this is something that is near and dear to my heart. I've got two girls, both in Franklin County schools. One is a freshman in high school, the other one is in fourth grade. Now, my fourth grader, over the summer we had to move. So she had to move from Youngsville Elementary over to Royal. Both schools have been wonderful, but she struggled with the change. And she hasn't been as happy at Royal. At Youngsville, she was always known for her smile. The main time that I've seen her smile is when she was in chorus. She was in Royal Voices and All County Choir. And with this budget issue, from my experience with schools, one of the first things to go is the arts. Where is that going to leave my daughter? Where is her voice going to go? My other daughter is a freshman in high school. She is autistic. She has dyslexia, ADD, and she has thrived with the help of these teachers. She went from barely being able to pass reading and math in elementary school, but through the dedication of these teachers, she is now in all advanced classes. Last semester, straight A's. The dedication of these teachers and the experience that they bring cannot be underestimated. Now, these teachers, through this experience, they've helped me to become a better mom. They have helped me learn how to help my girls. I've made, so another place that gets cut when budgets for schools get cut is the resources. Where is that going to leave my daughter? I've made a bunch of notes that I can barely read. I've been furiously writing through all of this, making notes about some of the items that other people have said. I know that Stanley County was mentioned earlier, how they didn't need a bigger budget. Why would we? It was pointed out that they have about the same number of teachers, about the same number of students. And yet, as was pointed out, they have a whole lot of empty positions. We can't afford that. We can't let our children down by not providing them with consistent teachers. The consistency in these teachers is what makes these children a success, including my Ellie. Ellie has thrived through this because of the consistency of these teachers. And you're going to lose them if you lose this longevity bonus. I also did a little bit of Googling. If you want to compare us to Stanley County, keep in mind that 47%, according to that SAS.com that was mentioned, 47% of their schools have a D or a F. 2 of their schools have an F. Is that what we really want to compare ourselves to? I've also learned through all of this stuff that there's really 3 parts to this budget. There's the retention bonuses. Again, where are our children going to be if they don't have the consistency of these teachers? If they don't have the experience that these teachers bring? We have had great new teachers, but they can't provide the years of experience that go towards helping children with autism, helping children with ADD, helping children with dyslexia, or children like my own that have all 3. I've also learned that a lot of this money will be going towards charter schools. I have to say, I do not have a very good opinion of charter schools, mainly because my Ellie is one of those children that would not be able to go there. Also, another part that needs to be considered with this is the increased costs in general. Who's been to the grocery store lately? Are you really going to say that we don't need an increase in budget for our basic necessities? Because, hey, I'd love to be able to go back to the prices of 2 years ago. It would help my budget tremendously. But unfortunately, that's not the world that we live in. Please help our children. Don't leave my girls behind. I don't know where they will be if they don't have these wonderful teachers and this experience that these teachers and that this retention bonus keeps in our county. Thank you.
Next is Michael Hicks. We're Michael Hicks. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one, and we'll hear from him. Dr. Loranda Spivey.
Good evening. My name is Loranda Spivey. I live at 365 Strickland Road, Lewisburg, North Carolina. Tonight, I want to share a few words with you from one of my valuable team members. She just had knee replacement surgery. She desired to be here tonight, but her first day back, it wore her out. My name is Barbara Bartholomew, and I currently reside at 3005 White Level Road, Castelia, North Carolina. I started working with the Franklin County School System in August 1985 in the Edward Best cafeteria. I did leave for 5 years to stay at home with my children. When they were able to attend school, I returned to Franklin County Schools. I started as a child nutrition assistant and a school bus driver. Later, I served as a cafeteria manager at Edward Best Elementary School. I then advanced to the position of child nutrition supervisor at the central office. I am currently working at the school bus garage as the TIMS coordinator and the office manager. In my position, I route all the buses in the county. This includes all of our special needs buses. We currently have 101 buses that run daily. Daily, there are schools that are running multiple routes when colleagues are absent. If the longevity bonuses are not given to employees, this will cause even more issues. Several employees have been offered positions in other counties that will make more money, but they choose to remain here because the longevity bonus helps them out. It would be hard to explain to parents why we have students that arrive on campus after 9 a.m. or later and are not taken home in the afternoons after their dismissal time if we lose bus drivers and transportation staff. I am amazed that we as employees are having to beg for money to serve the students of our county. I know that some of the commissioners have had family that worked for our district in the past. I just wonder what they would be thinking now that we are having to jump through hoops to get funding for our students and staff. I personally worked for one, the father of Miss Denton, and he was a former employee and a supporter of schools when I worked for him. I ask that you please hear us and our concerns where this school system is concerned. If you don't understand where these needs are coming from after all the comments that have been made, I encourage each of you to come out to any school or any department and hear us in person. Again, I am just appalled that it has come to basically begging for money for a school system to stay afloat. Thank you on behalf of Barbara.
I'll just come back to that other name there, Michael Hicks. Evidently, he must have left. Well, that concludes all our sign-ups here. Is there anybody else here that would like to come for the public hearing here? Dr. Webb?
Thank you, Chairman Foy, Commissioner, all Commissioners one and all, and Ms. Denton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Larry Webb. I reside at 55 Rockwood Road in Franklinton, North Carolina. This is year 36 for me in education. I'm here by choice. And I had planned not to speak tonight, but then I remembered history is watching, and it judges those who remain silent as harshly as it judges those who act wrongly. Rob Leandro spent time in my classroom in Hope County 28 years ago. His mother, Kathy, interviewed me as she was about to file her lawsuit against the state of North Carolina. I can tell you firsthand because I was there. It was about what the state was not doing, what the state is still not doing. But it was not about the local district. In fact, Hope County was at the time, if not the poorest county in the state of North Carolina, one of the poorest. But that county did all it could. You see, they didn't have the resources that we do here today, that you do on behalf of the citizens of Franklin County. They could not do what you can. But they did what they could, and they did it with love, and they did it with pride and compassion. They gave all, even though the state of North Carolina didn't. Even if the system was struggling, and it was, the commissioners took pride in giving their all, and they did. As you heard earlier, and I'll elaborate, school construction looks different than residential and commercial construction. School finance looks different than county and government finance. We use different papers. We use different methods of reporting. It's different. And you know, one's attendance in school doesn't give you the insight, the knowledge, and pedagogy to lead a school. But we can help with that. We are teachers after all, and we are accustomed to working with even the most reluctant learner and helping them understand. You see, our educators have spent a lifetime to develop their calling, not their job, not their career, but their calling. Not for you, not for me, not for Dr. Schuler, the school board, but for our children. I firmly believe that the road to success in Franklin County runs by our 16 schools, and we would need to respect that and remember that. You see, I believe it's time to quiet the noise and move forward. Let me say this. Our school staff is not crazy, as was recently declared in this room. To the commissioner who said to me, let the teachers leave if they want to. No, we're not doing that. Our board members should not have been placed in the audience for a joint meeting with the commissioners. This is all disappointing, but you know what? We're professionals, and we're going to work past that, and we want to work with you to work past that. We will rise above these slights, and that's okay. We're professionals. But when you disrespect our students, I take that personally. The direction being proposed for the budget is a backward step. You see, we want to hire the best people that we can and put them in front of the children of Franklin County and let them make the differences you've heard tonight. Those aren't words. Those are realities. That's why we do what we do. A decision to keep us from doing our job or having the people to do our job, that hurts our students, kids, the children of Franklin County. I take that personally too. So friends, let me invite you please to summon your courage. Look beyond our current understanding. Look beyond me, Dr. Schuler, and the school board, and see the children. Look into their faces when you make your decision. Don't lean on your understanding. Don't play politics. Let us and you fulfill our calling. I invite you to fully fund our school system so we can do the job that you got us here to do. Grow the future through our children, through your children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to make a comment? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jane Pierce Kearney. I live at 104 Bullock Street, Franklinton, North Carolina. I am not an educator. I chose to go into a profession that makes money. Okay? I'm a data analyst. I work on computers, done it for years. A few years ago, I probably would have agreed with some of you sit up there and some of the audience calling for Rhonda Schuler's job and defund the school. But I grew up and I put aside my own feelings towards education. Because as you see, when Miss Hatton spoke, I was the deaf person she was talking about. I'm sure some of you are saying, if she's deaf, why is she talking? 18 years at Duke University and a few years in Wake County, speech therapy. Working my butt off. After a Franklin County teacher told me I was not worth her time, her money to be educated because I would never amount to anything more than a burden on society as an SSI recipient. My mother was a nurse. My aunt was Shelby Lauder, who served 50 years for this great state of North Carolina, 20 here as a magistrate. I think some of y'all know her. She and my mother made me, you hide, you cannot hear. You work every day to get your voice. So I'm up here expressing my voice. There's one school board member and some other people will tell you, I'm a hothead. Flat out. I worked for Franklin County. I was a paramedic here until my hearing gave out and I couldn't trust it. I would not risk someone's life. But I also want to say to Dr. Schuler, I'm sorry that I would have felt that way. I've seen your commitment and your passion, not only to the students, but to the teachers. My daughter went to school in Franklinton. My daughter worked for Franklin County Schools as a long-term sub. And her goal was to be a teacher. But then she thought to have babies and move, but she's coming back and she wants to be in school, so okay. So we're going to get there. But what I want the commissioners to understand, what you're doing to these teachers and the students, the same thing that teacher who was a member of the Franklinton City Schools, this before the merger, did to me. You're telling them they're not worth any time, any effort, any compassion by not fully funding them. And when you compare them to other counties, were the other counties fully funded for the past 3 years? Because we weren't. We're just trying to make up. During COVID, there's a lot of rigmarole. It's very political. But let me tell you what I did. I had a stack of hotspots. I handed them off to Franklinton Middle School. Franklin County used those hotspots to serve our kids because I know where these kids live. I know a lot of these kids don't have what I was fortunate enough to have. Like I said, I was a paramedic here. Some of them I delivered in the back of a truck. I've seen what they go through. But I also have seen what these teachers go through. Because my husband and I, when I was married, if it wasn't for us, Miss Hatton wouldn't have been able to eat on her salary as she was going to school to pay her bills and everything else. She ate dinner with us, my kids, every night, because cooking for 4, cooking for 5, it's the same. Consider that. I know the sacrifice. And you know, I really don't have a problem with any of y'all up here. Commissioner Ford, I've known you for years. You've been a dedicated service to Franklin County. You've always been willing to give stuff to raise funds for the members of this community, and I appreciate it. Ms. Denton, I know you feel like you're being attacked, and that's part of the job, and I feel sorry for you on that. I know it's not personal. You're not trying to attack everybody else. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm not trying to attack anybody else. It's dollars and cents. I get it. I work with it all day long. I work with financial institutions. I understand that. But we've got to find a way for our kids because quite honestly, the way we're heading right now, we're going right back to the 50s and segregation because a lot of people want charter schools and they don't understand how charter schools work. I believe some charter schools are beneficial, especially those who sit there and cater to kids who are dyslexic or have certain abilities that they can get specialists to come in. If a parent wants a right for their child to have a religious upbringing, go for it. That's what a charter school's for. It needs to stay out of our public school system. But right now, everything's for $1. They take these kids and they can boot them and they don't send the money back. They don't have to. But heck, if we don't have to send them that check, and it better be on time. And like she said, there's a penalty. You know, in my job, I've dealt with other school systems who've had to deal with that. I've had to make sure their documentation was there and available. So I get it. But understand, these people aren't here and they're not in it for the money. I told you, I went for the money, you know, but they didn't. They did it for the passion. So please consider, you know what, I'm a tax-paying citizen. I will pay my taxes for education. Maybe not some of the other stuff I have an argument with. I just don't see the point. But education, that is how we're going to build our infrastructure. That is how we're going to get more businesses in. If we don't have a solid education, business is not going to come in. What we really need is a school system that will sit there and do the blue collar trades, plumbing, automotive tech, welding, electrician. We don't have enough of them. The worst thing the state ever did was push college only, because that pushes some of these kids away and do not give them an opportunity to excel where they need to, where they work with their hands. How many of you up on top work with your hands every single day? Because that's the only way you know how to make a living. That is what we need. But if y'all don't work with the school system, we're never going to get there. The school system, I think most of them agree with what I'm saying, that we do need school vocational back in the schools. But we need a county commissioner who will sit there and stand with the school board so we can stand up to the state. It's not Republican or Democrat. Throw that out the window. That has nothing to do with it. It's doing what's right for our county. We are growing leaps and bounds. And part of that budget is the expected growth of people coming in. We've got Apple coming in. They're already sending people in. I'm getting calls left and right from all over the country saying, hey, where's a good place to live? And I'm finding it hard to say Franklin County, which is where I'm at. I'm saying, you might want to look Johnson County. You might want to look somewhere else. Because they want good school systems. They want the support of everything. Consider that. Consider the economic growth that this is going to impact. Because that is going to affect our taxes. That's going to affect all your constituents. And everybody's going to be riding your case on email and phone over taxes. Consider that. Without strong education, without strong support on that, they're not going to want to come here. And that's just business. That is what they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call for about a 10-minute recess here. We'll be back 10 minutes. Get going again. All right.
So, Mr. Floyd,
Okay.
Is there some attorney-client privilege on the closed session, or do you have one?
No, I have the recommendation, we weren't going to do that.
Okay, that's fine.
If that's all right with you.
That's fine with me.
It'd be fine with me. Okay. All right, is there anybody, ladies and gentlemen, anybody here would like to speak on the proposed budget?
Public hearing?
Public hearing, yes, yes, come on down, state your name and your address to the clerk. Thank you. All right. Yeah, check out the mic. I want everybody to be heard. Yeah, where's Coy at? Yeah, there you go. I thought, oh, switch on there maybe?
Testing.
Oh, yeah. Battery run down.
Testing. All right. Dwayne McIntosh, 255 Rosewood Lane, Youngsville, North Carolina.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So I debated about speaking for the last two meetings. And so I'll go ahead and preface this with what I'm about to say tonight. It's not for everybody, but it is for somebody here tonight. All right. Many of you don't know me, so I'm going to share a different perspective. I'm an anomaly. I'm a 6'5" black male with a beard who is the communications director. My mother dropped out of high school. I have a doctorate. I don't beat those odds without public educators who honed a love for learning in me. I've always been an anomaly. I'm a transplant here. I'm not a native of Franklin County. I'm not. I chose to be here. I moved here from Cumberland County in 2018, and they've asked me to come back multiple times. I've chose to be here. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. My father joined the Army when I was in grade school. I lived in Germany, Missouri, Louisiana. I went to college in New York and Ohio. In a nutshell, I've been a lot of places. I've seen a lot of different people. I've seen a lot of things. I've seen Germans and the Turkish at odds. I've seen racial tension in Louisiana and Missouri. I've seen gun violence in Philadelphia. But this conflict here is hard for me to comprehend. We're talking about school funding. Not war, not drugs on the streets, not two nations at odds. We're talking about school funding. My children attend our schools. My son graduated from Franklin High School in 2022. I know I don't look that old, but yes, my son graduated from high school in 2022. From Franklin High. He just finished 2 years at community college and is transferring to UNC Charlotte to finish his finance degree in the fall. Franklin County did not fail my son. He had great teachers. The last part, when I started, I said this is not for everybody, but this is for somebody. My last point is that I'm a Christian. It doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means I serve a perfect God. I'm an anomaly. So I want to speak to those who are believers this evening. I hear a lot of people mention God. I heard these last two meetings start with prayer and conclude it in the name of Jesus. I heard the pledge said one nation under God. So I'm asking tonight we remove our titles. I remove my title. I'm Dwayne McIntosh. And we're all titleless people here tonight. If you're a believer, then you know that the kingdom of God is an up upside down kingdom. Our God who sits high came down low to be a lowly servant. If you believe our schools are failing, then they would be our first priority. God came for, he said, take care of the children and the widows. That is the first priority, not the leftovers. Again, the kingdom of God is the upside down kingdom. I'm not a pastor, I'm not a prophet, I'm a child of God. I urge you for the believers here tonight, not your will, his will be done. If you came in with a premeditated mind of not funding our schools and not really trying to hear what should be done, this is for somebody, it's not for everybody. It's not your will, his be done. I promise you, if you take care of the things of God, he will take care of this county. Do not try to build your kingdom, build his kingdom. God will take care of the rest. I'm saying that from experience. I'm not from here. I'm not a native. I am a transplant. I don't know how long I'm going to be here. And that's not saying I want to leave, but I'm in a season of my life where God is boldly telling me to do what he's called me to do, when he's called me to do it, and the chips lay where they may. I care about the people here. I work in the central office. If they were doing some injustice with our funds, I would speak up. Despite popular belief, we don't agree on everything. But we sharpen each other and we do what's best for kids. I know our board, Dr. Schuler and Quinley, had did their just due to prepare a financial budget that's right for Franklin County schools. And if they weren't, I would tell them. So I'm asking the believer tonight, pray in your heart what God has you to do. The heart is deceitful. Don't trust your heart, trust his heart. Okay? Not your will, his be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Gupton, 909 Grays Mill Road, Lewisburg. This gentleman copied my paper, except for the part about being a 6'4" black male with a beard. I too am a product of a gentleman who at 5th grade, a teacher told him, "You're not worth it. You can either wait till 3 o'clock and go home, or you can leave right now." And my dad left. He never returned to school. And today, at the age of 86, he can only read and write his name. But I can promise you, he is very much worth it. So what did I do? I decided to do what he could not do. I am a product of the Franklin County school system. Matter of fact, I went to school with Queenly Coley. Queenly, happy birthday, man. Not only did I go to school in Franklin County schools, I made it a goal to graduate from Wake Forest University. And many of my teachers told me, you better set other goals. So I decided to apply to NC State University just in case I didn't get into Wake Forest. But in 1995, I graduated from Wake Forest University. I worked with the state of North Carolina for 7 years, and I have been working with the federal government for 22 years. And possibly by the end of this year, I could retire at the age of 51 from the federal government. Many people want to know why I always attend the county commissioner meetings. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to take your positions, although it has crossed my mind many times. But I say that to say this. Mr. Pierce, I don't know what your issue is with Ryan. Ryan, I don't know what your issue is with Mr. Pierce. Mike, I don't know what your issue is with some of the other people. Miss Denton, I don't know what your issue is with Miss Schuler. Others, Miss Bragg, I don't know what your issue is with some of these people. But guess what, guys? It's not about any of you. It's about our kids, okay? It's not about any of you. The way I look at it is, I don't think any of you have your wallets or your pocketbook behind the table there. It's not your money. It's our money. It's our kids. We can spend the money on our kids, right? Miss Sales happens to be my son's boss. If it were up to me, excuse me, not to me, forget I said that. If it were up to my son, if I were to tell him right now, look, quit college, he would say, I'm going to work at the coffee shop the rest of my life, because he absolutely loves working at the coffee shop. But like I told him, that's your very first job. Who's to say that your next job you might not love more than you love working at the coffee shop, right? So we want to continue to expand our education. How do we do that? We make our schools better. We make our education better. We don't just give up on it and say we just want to give mediocre education, right? We make our schools better. A lot of these teachers in this room, a lot of these principals in this room, a lot of these people in this room taught my son. And they made him the person that he is today. They made him the employee that he is for Miss Sales today because of these teachers in this room. And I'm very proud to say these people taught my son. If you guys want to give up on him, give up on them, feel free to do so, but I will not. There's so many other things that I can say. I think about the fact, and I'm getting ready to applaud some of your employees. Miss McCrae, Mr. Bolton, we've got qualified attorneys sitting in this room, but yet we've gone outside of the county to hire another attorney to come in to look at the records for the school system that has another qualified attorney. We've gone outside of the county to get an accountant to come out and to review the records of somebody that went through the Franklin County school system that's very qualified and knows what she's doing, that I went to school with, that I trust every bit of money I got with this lady over here. But you guys want to go back and forth bickering over money. Why not just fund the kids? Quit bickering over whatever it is you're bickering over. I'm going to close with this right here, I promise. I had an attorney the other day send me an email requesting information. And I quite simply said, just tell me what you need. And he sent me a long email. And I sat there and read it for like 10 minutes. Yes, I did graduate from Wake Forest University. Yes, I do have almost 30 years with the federal government. But I picked up the phone and I said, sir, I guess you're like everybody else. You've had a long, busy week. But please, make it simple and tell me exactly what you need, because it's Friday afternoon at 4:37 p.m. If you can tell me exactly what you need, I'm going to make it very easy on you and I both, and I'm going to give it to you so we can call it a week. Tell them exactly what you need and let's call it a week. Thank you.
Right. Is there anybody else? Okay, Mr. Moss.
Jim Moss, 217 North College Street, Youngsville. I had not planned on speaking. I will not speak long. Point of order. Once this public hearing is concluded, and I may be the last, action requested according to the agenda. Conduct public hearing regarding fiscal year 25 recommended budget and consider approval. I don't see how one can consider approval tonight with the input that has been provided. And I hope that you will take what has been said seriously. I have some other things I'd love to say. I guess I will try to convey them individually. Thank you.
Anybody else? Come on down, young man. State your name and address for the clerk.
How y'all doing today? My name is Simeon Smith, 105 Johnston Street, Bud, North Carolina. I'm a graduate of Lewisburg High School, class of 2003. I went on to graduate from Savannah State with my degree in music in 2011. Currently, I'm working on my master's in secondary education. When you look at teachers and what they have to go through, a lot of people can say finances, or a lot of people try to sum it up in money. To become a teacher, you not only have to have a bachelor's degree, but you have to get certified and also take a test. Now, I like that also. But with that same thing, if you take, say, someone that works at NASA, who some of these teachers have doctorates. So people at NASA have doctorates also. They get paid way more. But they deal with the people way less. I remember seeing a commercial one day. It said, the kid asked his dad, his dad asked the kid, said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And the little boy said, "A teacher." He was like, wow, why not a noble position like a lawyer or a businessman or something along that line? The little boy thought for a second and said, well, you have your lawyers, you have your businessmen, and you have your actors and everybody else. But who makes them? The teacher. The reason I like teaching, because when I was living in Savannah, I had a lot of alternative students who had ankle monitors and had been in several different situations. And we would go in class and they were like, well, everybody else said I'm bad. I was like, no, you misunderstood. And the problem we have today is you have a lot of teachers who are going elsewhere because when they can reach the students that others can't, a lot of people have a tendency to notice that outside of this family. And like I said, I graduated from Lewisburg High School, class of 03. I had several teachers there that I can remember to this day. Mr. Pierce, I can tell you history off the back of my head because I can remember him sitting up in the at his podium and not having to look at the book and tell us what page to look at to find information. I can remember Miss Butker telling me about science. And when I got to college, I was able to use all these different things, and it was totally different. It was like I was able to be ahead of everybody else because of what I learned from these immaculate teachers that I had in high school. And now the problem that we're having is a lot of people try to say, well, they're pointing fingers talking about, well, the finance is this and the financing here. I'm not great with financing, but I'm great with bringing up ideas. And I know for a fact that there's been several times that I myself have been looking to bring stuff to this area. And it's been like a halt, because when I say, all right, we can do this and we can do that, there's more people trying to figure out how we cannot do that than the people figuring out how we can. And I think that if we're going to try to figure out how to make stuff work, like getting more financing for the school system or whatever, instead of figuring out how things won't work, try to figure out ideas to make it work. Bring in extracurricular activities, get these kids into acting and stuff, things as such. Because if you do that, now that's differentiated, that's part of differentiated learning. You can get these kids to learn by expanding the vocabulary by using acting. Learn their people skills by learning acting, by learning how to act. So my biggest thing about this is, when y'all talk about education and finances together, I see that a lot of times there's a separation between the school board and the board of commissioners. Instead of trying to work separate, they got to figure out real quick how to work together, or everything shall burn. And as we saw what happened to Rome, it burned. And we don't want that for Franklin County. I come back consistently because I want to see greatness happen here. Not because I can't stand Atlanta, because I can't stand Atlanta. I don't like Atlanta traffic. I'd rather be in Savannah. But I could do other stuff, but I want to see stuff here thrive. Call it survivor's remorse, but we got to figure out how to get it done. And trying to give some long, eloquent speech like I'm giving now is great for the facade, but at the end of the day, we just got to get it done. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? All right. One more time. Anybody else? All right.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right. And a motion made. Is there a second? All right. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. All likewise. Motion carries. Now, I'd like to take this moment to introduce our consultant, Matthew Tilley. Come up here with his report to the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Matthew Tilley. I'm a partner at the law firm Womble Bond Dickinson. We were retained by the county before the school district, school system submitted its budget request to help this year with the process. I am a partner in my practice, it focuses on appellate and complex litigation. It's not limited in any way to education. It spans a number of businesses. We also represent not only school districts, but counties. And we also represent a number of private companies, but I tend to work in areas where government or constitutional law are involved. And I have been working with the act that governs your budget process since the very first week that I was a lawyer, the School Budget and Fiscal Control Act. There's a gentleman here that said, just let us know what you need and get on with it. And I'll start there. We have been, since before this budget process began, working to try to get for you better and more robust information than you have had in previous budget cycles, so that you are not asked to vote up or down on a budget request that you cannot fully evaluate and cannot fully vet yourselves. That's what the School Budget and Fiscal Control Act requires. The School Budget and Fiscal Control Act is the set of laws that control the budget format, the procedures by which a school system submits to a county and asks for money, how that gets negotiated, and what happens if there is not agreement. If there is not agreement between a county and a school system, now often that's a subject of negotiation, it's what you all do as policymakers, but if you cannot agree, there is a default formula in the statute. And the default formula says take the per pupil allocation that the school system got from the county last year, multiply it by the number of students they have next year, and multiply that by inflation. It's a default rate. That is where essentially your recommendation is sitting at the moment from your staff. And part of the reason for that is that we have been unsuccessful, unfortunately, in getting you the information necessary to vet the school system's request for more than that default rate. The school system has not asked for an inflationary increase. It has asked for $5.2 million, about 20.5% of the allocation it got last year, an amount that is more than 5 times inflation. That may be justified, it may not be. That is not what the lawyers are here to tell you. What the lawyers are here to do is to help you get information about what that is behind that request so that you can determine whether it's justified. The School Budget and Fiscal Control Act recognizes that county commissioners have an oversight role over school systems and local boards of education. The county commissioners serve as stewards of the taxpayers' money and fiduciaries. It's their job to make sure that the money is being used appropriately and that the expenditures and the requests are justified. To that end, the Act says that the amount of the local current expense appropriation shall be within the financial resources of the Board of County Commissioners and shall comply in its expenditures with the fiscal policies of the county commissioners. You have a role under the law in overseeing the school board and its expenditures and its finances. The reason for that is quite simple. It's to ensure that money is spent properly and effectively to support the school system. That's not an opposition to the school system. That is to make sure that you have a role in making sure that it succeeds and it follows its facts. The Act gives you tools to carry out that task. One of the primary ones is in North Carolina General Statute 115C 429C. It says that the Board of County Commissioners shall have full authority to call for, and the Board of Education shall have the duty to make available to the Board of County Commissioners upon request all books, records, audit reports, and other information bearing on the financial operation of the local school administrative unit. That's statutory speak for the local school system. The purpose of having that information is so that you aren't asked whether or not you support schools and have that be the only question when you consider a budget. Instead, you are to consider facts and the details of that budget so that you can make a proper and independent evaluation of whether it's justified. We and your staff have been asking for more than 2 months for information required under the School Budget and Fiscal Control Act that is basic. I told you that I was going to go over those requests towards the end, but I'll start now. To the thought of, let's just go ahead and tell me what you need. You have been given only one portion of the budget. The budget for a local school system includes a capital outlay. It includes state money that is used from the state. That is done normally on a use it or lose it basis, but through a series of allocations from the state. And then every school system also has a local current expense fund. That's the part you fund for operating expenses. You have only been given the 2 local parts, the capital budget and the local current expense budget. You have not been given any proposal to show you what the school system intends to use, what money is available from the state side of that budget, what they're planning on, and what they have done in expenditures in years past to make sure that there are not other available funds to fund the items that they are requesting from you. You've only been given part of the picture. You have been told that the local current expense request that you have is mainly justified by $2.5 million for longevity bonuses. The truth about local appropriations, though, is that a school system can choose to spend that money once it gets it, unless you restrict it, which you have the power to do, but you typically have not historically. But unless you restrict it, the school system can use that money for anything it chooses. The school system has taken, in the past few years, COVID relief money under a program called ESSER that was intended by statute to be used to fund learning and to repair learning loss from the COVID pandemic to pay for longevity bonuses. There's a justification for that. They've made it to the federal government. They made it to the state. It's compliant. That money has ended because the COVID pandemic has ended. But because that requires then you to fund it, which is what they're asking you to do, we have asked for information regarding the amount of staffing that they have, their staffing projections, the number of people they hold in each position who would be eligible for that bonus, and how many positions have been held vacant over time. We have not gotten that information. Finally, we have been asking for information about expenses and other enrollment numbers so that we can understand the enrollment targets that the school system is using. As you've heard, the school system has had essentially a flat enrollment for the past few years. They have had increases in charter school enrollment, which is a pass-through because those are also public school students. They're Franklin County kids, and the money follows them to the school they choose. But we have asked for backup, including statutorily required calculations that the system is supposed to keep in order to show the historical trends in the charter numbers in the enrollment, the historical trends in their own numbers. And this has been complicated by the fact that the numbers that you all are often presented and they're often included in public presentations from the school system are not the same ones that the state uses to count K through 12 students. Instead, the school system very often includes optional programs that it has outside of K-12 in those enrollment numbers, keeps the numbers higher. We've asked for that information. We asked for that information in March, on March 22nd. Once the information was given, we have asked for follow-ups. We have not gotten it. That resulted in our law firm finally sending a letter last Friday to say the statute means what it says. The law means what it says. We've had multiple meetings on this. We've had a long, extensive set of documents in which you have detailed these requests. We need it, and we did our best to go from what were 13 original requests and the number of follow-up bullets to get it down to 5 items that we thought were the most critical. What has happened since is problematic and telling. In response, we did not get any commitment from the school system nor their attorney that they would respond to these information requests. We asked, and I asked earlier today of their attorney if he could give us some estimate when we might have some timeline as to when you would get this information. We got no answer. But over the course of the weekend, we saw a number of Facebook posts from the school system mischaracterizing the timeline of the communications, and open letters to the staff telling them that their jobs were at risk and encouraging them to come make public comment. We still have not gotten any commitment on the information we've requested. So I will go through, in the interest of clarifying what happened and how it's happened, the timeline as to how this request has gone down, how these requests have been made.
All right. All right, go have order here. I want everybody to be respected and show likewise. We listen to everybody else, and we can listen to him, and then go from there. Okay. Continue on.
Approximately a month before the school system sent its budget request on March 22nd, Jamie Holtzman and the finance staff sent a detailed set of 13 requests to the school system, spelling out what you would expect to need once you got their proposed budget to review it. On April 16th, you were provided the school system's proposed budget. Over the next several days, you were given responses, so this is April 18th and 19th, responses to those requests. And less than a week later, your finance staff followed up and said and detailed very specifically what information they felt they did not have, the problems they were having reading the information that they were getting, including the fact that many of the expenses were not labeled. In fact, that many of the requests were only partially answered. That same evening, Superintendent Schuler sent an email saying, "We will not be providing anything additionally." Prior to a face-to-face.
Hey. All right.
I will read directly from the email.
Okay.
We won't be providing, excuse me, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, we're going to hear both sides. That's what we're here for. Okay. All right. Continue on.
Continue on. We won't be providing anything additionally until a face-to-face meeting. Your staff responded and said, we can schedule a face-to-face meeting, but to be productive, we need this information in hand. Some of it is so basic that it's almost impossible to read a budget without it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear him out. We do that for everybody. We're going to treat everybody equally and fairly.
Okay.
Continue on.
Okay. You had a meeting, a budget workshop on May 7th, where the school system, where there was a 39-page PowerPoint, it's entered into your minutes, that goes back over the deficiencies in the responses and the information in the request. On May 15, and I will say that in my letter, it says 3 times May 15 and 1 time May 17, but on May 15, your staff and the consultants that the lawyers hired, a former interim CFO of another school system so that we could understand how to better ask questions and how to review the documents, went over for more than 3 hours the very same requests. It is this meeting that the school system says resulted in an understanding that they had provided you everything, that you were asking for nothing further. The problem with that story is that it's just simply not true. The request detailed documents and records that you were asking for. The school system during the entire course of that meeting did not provide a document or a record in response to any of your requests. They provided verbal answers and verbal descriptions of things going on. One of the things they were asked for was very specifically the calculation of enrollment for charter schools that is required by the state to be kept so that you can verify that number. It's a specific document. It's required by regulations from the state superintendent. That has not been provided. It is on May 23rd, or excuse me, on May 20th, you had your budget meeting at which Superintendent Schuler said she would not provide you any further facts or figures because you had everything you needed.
All right, hold up.
You had... Her point is true. It is recorded as part of a public meeting and a public comment, and it is that she informed you that she was not going to provide any more facts and figures because you had everything she thought you needed to make your decision. I will contrast that again with the statute that says the school board and the school system have a duty to provide all records and information you request. It is in that context and after time hoping to get that information that we finally sent a letter from our firm insisting that the school system comply with the law and provide the information we've asked for. We've made clear in that letter that the reason for this is not to stonewall, it's not to burden anyone with additional requests. It's to make sure that you have a meaningful discussion about the proposed budget.
All right.
That is a continual problem that you all that has been an issue with your budget negotiations for more than this year. It's an issue that continues after this year. Whether or not you take action on your budget tonight, it's still something that you are going to have over time in order to conduct your fiduciary responsibilities. And it is something that we are prepared to make sure is complied with.
All right, let him speak. Heard from everybody else.
I will go over just one more time what we've requested because it's in our letter. It's spelled out specifically, and we attached the exchange of the 13 requests and the follow-ups. The first is the full budget. We have asked for not only the local side of the budget, but the state side of the budget. That helps us understand what the other sources of available funds are, whether or not the funds you're being asked to provide are necessary to fund the things they're requesting. We asked for year-to-date expenses. with explanations so that we could understand them and know what they are. The reason for this is to make sure that the requests are necessary. I will take the longevity bonus as an example. That request has been $2.5 million for several years. It's flat. It's every year it's been requested from ESSER, from the school system. They've said $2.5 million. The amount expended has been lower than that, possibly because they're all $2.5 million may not be needed to pay for longevity bonuses for all the staff. I know in one year it was approximately 2.35 million. So we've asked for the expenditures to date to be able to assess that. In addition, not everything you're being asked for is that $2.5 million longevity bonus. And as I said, the way local funding works, just because you give the money with the intent of one purpose, if you don't restrict it the way that you have typically allocated it, the school system can use it for other things. In their proposed local budget is another $700,000 in increases for clerical expenses. We have asked repeatedly for an explanation as to why there is $700,000 in proposed increases in clerical expenses. That is an awful lot in comparison to the budget. We have not gotten an explanation. There is another $541,000 in increased utilities and insurance costs. This despite the fact that over previous budgets, many of those costs, that line item has been relatively flat. That increase may be justified, it may not be. I'm not here to tell you that, nor can I tell you without the information you've requested. As to the enrollment figures, we have asked for historical trends. We've also asked for the charter school information. And the reason for that ought to be pretty straightforward. We need to understand why there is a projected increase, whether or not that includes K-12 students or students from optional programs, because it is that figure that dictates levels of staffing, levels of facilities, levels of other expenses that are necessary. Again, we have not gotten clarity into the enrollment figures and really importantly, how the figures that FCS typically, or the Franklin County Schools typically reports, differ from those the state uses. Finally, we have also asked, because you all, I believe the recommendation is largely, your recommendation for the capital side is largely in line, but we have asked for information with the bids and estimates from the contractors that have proposed to do the work so that we can understand why they're being budgeted the way they are and why the estimates are what they are. We have also asked for completed work to have information or final closing statements from the contract so that we can understand whether or not the amount previously given for capital was fully expended or fully necessary so that we can compare it and get some sense of the validity of the budget assumptions. We have not gotten those. Finally, as I mentioned, because so much of this centers around the request that you all now fund what was previously being funded through COVID relief funds, the longevity bonus, and other staffing assumptions, we have asked for staffing levels and information so that by position, along with identifying which of those positions, this gets fairly far into school finance, but which of those positions are being funded using local money only, so that we can understand where the staffing levels are, what staffing is being projected, and why those expenses are being projected, so that you can fully evaluate whether or not you believe that is justified. Again, no teacher would tell a student, don't show your work, because showing your work understands how you work together. There's also been a good line in good government that says trust but verify. The fact that you ask for this information does not mean that you oppose the school system. It doesn't mean that you don't believe they're good people or they're working or necessarily in good faith. What it means is you're exercising your role as overseers of the taxpayers' money to make sure you have that information. That is the reason that we've asked for that information. We tried very hard in our letter and in the conclusion of our letter to make clear that that is why we were asking for this information, and that providing that information would make the discussion much more helpful and much less acrimonious than it is. Unfortunately, we have not gotten any commitment as to when that information would ever be provided to you. This is all in light of a statute that requires that it be provided. This is not a question of whether or not the school system agrees with whether or not you're asking for enough information or too much. You have a right to ask for it, and they have an obligation to give it to you. It's a matter of law, and that's the issue that we believe is being presented in our letter. Again, lawyers don't have the hard job you have. Our job is to get information and enforce your rights. Our job is to enforce your rights and get information for you. It's your job to make the policy calls. But I will tell you right now that this is a significant amount of effort. You should not have to have a lawyer here asking, send letters. You should not have to hire nor bring a lawyer here to ask the school system to comply with a statute. But unfortunately, that's where we are. I will be glad to answer any questions that the commissioners have. Certain matters touch on matters of attorney-client privilege. We have a closed session, and if they do, I'll refer you to that so that we can provide you advice within the privilege.
Any commissioners have any questions, comments?
See that documentation, sorry for pointing that Mr. Tilley presented about what was posted on social media. And also, Mr. Tilley, I also want to know why I should trust you. I'm going to speak for myself. With you tonight, I'm going to be very straightforward and blunt with you. When I read this WRAL article, this was back from April 12th, 2022. It's entitled, "Who decides if a $1.75 billion North Carolina Education Fund transfer is constitutional? Attorneys disagree, and Leandro Casey."
Yes, ma'am.
That's a red flag for me.
I
And what bothers me, hold on, Mr. Tilley, what bothers
I'll be
me
glad to, yeah.
is the fact that I would have liked to have known your background before you were hired by the county. Because when I saw that article, it was a red flag. Because how can you talk about public education and it doesn't seem like you're a champion for it?
Ma'am, my job is to be for the law and for you. And my job is to enforce your rights here. The fact that I have other clients in other unrelated matters means that they are unrelated matters. It also means that as a matter of ethics, I don't talk about those to other clients. I represent you and your interests zealously, and if I thought there was for a moment that there was anything that would compromise achieving your objectives, your goals, and protecting your rights, I would recuse. I can't speak to whether or not you knew about my credentials before or previous cases before. But what I will tell you is that I have worked with other school systems, and the goal is typically to work to resolve things amicably, not to result in acrimony or to in further litigation.
But how does that make the county look, Mr. Tilley, that you are a consultant who championed against Leandro funding, and we're trying to pass a budget to fully fund public schools? Make it make sense.
With due respect, I did not champion for or against Leandro funding. WRAL can report what it wants.
You represented two of our legislators.
Yes, ma'am.
Against funding for Leandro. It's there. It's in a news article.
Ma'am,
if anybody wants to see it, you can read it.
I can comment on public matters, and I will say that I started that argument by saying this is not a dispute between people who want to and who don't want to fund the school system. It's instead a matter of complying with the Constitution. At this point, what I'm here to tell you is that this is a matter of complying with the School Budget and Financial Control Act and empowering you to do your job and to fulfill your fiduciary responsibilities. I can tell you what the law says. I can tell you whether it's complied with. From there, whether to fund what they've asked for, whether you feel you have enough information to fund what they asked for, is your call. It's not mine. And the fact that I have argued in favor of the process in other cases doesn't change the fact that that's your call and not mine. And you hear me saying that is your call and not mine.
But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, children of this county matter. Parents matter, teachers matter. And I'm sorry, I mean, it's a little fishy that we have a consultant who was championing against Leandro funding. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it out right now. I mean, I don't, it's just fishy right now.
All right.
Ma'am, that.
And I'm gonna be honest, and I'll go on record saying this. I didn't like the whole idea of the letter going out last Friday either. And I'm gonna be real. I did not like that because I would have liked to have been notified that it was going out, but nobody said anything, and that's very disappointing.
Yes, ma'am.
Here I am, a sitting county commissioner, and I have no idea my name is attached to some letter going out in the public that I didn't approve.
Ma'am, you are entitled to those positions. I have no.
Any other?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to give Dr. Schuler and some of the school board members the opportunity for rebuttal.
I don't want to do a debate here.
After these accusations.
Right, I'm sorry. All right, is any other commissioners?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I will speak some more to this matter. This idea of an attorney was sold to us, all of us, as someone to sit down and talk to us and help us decipher and interpret the school budget. And I've been expecting all along for whoever, I haven't known a name or anything, to come sit down and talk to us and let's discuss these matters. First thing I hear is a couple of weeks ago that a consultant met. And I'm wondering, is this a consultant or is it an attorney? And, they come away from that and, I'm not going to take sides on these statements here with a different interpretation as the outcome of that meeting. Now, I don't find out about Mr. Tilley until Friday afternoon. And then yesterday afternoon, I learned of his association with objection to Leandro. This whole thing has a stench. It is absolutely peeling the paint off this wall. I will be able to go home tonight and lay down with skunks and not even recognize it. This is abhorrent. It is obvious that this was an intent to dig and pick and find a way not to fund the school. Mr. Tilley here was not hired to perform in the best interests of Franklin County. He was hired to find a select group a way to defund the schools, and that's obvious. And I make a motion at this time that his services to Franklin County, North Carolina, be terminated immediately.
All right, and Mr. Chairman, I second that.
I want to finish up his presentation. Questions from the commissioners before we entertain any motions and seconds. Has any other commissioners have any more questions, comments, or Mr. Tilley here? All right.
I don't
Thank
have
you
any
very
more
much.
questions. I mean, I think the
Okay.
school board is due
Okay.
a rebuttal
I
on
just want
the
to follow a
accusation.
little bit of order here. That's all. Just a little bit. I don't want to ask for much. But anyway, now that that's over with, what's the pleasure?
Got a motion and a second.
You want to go ahead with your motion?
Yes, motion's made, Kelly seconded it.
Okay? And the motion is, repeat it for the.
I make the motion that the services of Mr. Tilley be terminated immediately.
Okay, and you
And I
second that?
second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Likewise?
No.
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 All right. Motion fails.
Okay, I want to make another motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the recommended budget to fully fund the Franklin County Schools request along with a 1 cent tax rate reduction. And that's an amendment. That is not a motion to approve the full budget at this time.
All right.
Okay, to make myself clear, I'm not making a motion to approve the full budget.
Okay.
I'm just making a motion to fully fund the school board's request along with a 1 cent tax rate reduction.
Okay. All right. You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a little, like to say,
Okay. Mr. Driver?
I'm not comfortable with making any budget decisions tonight, mainly for the purpose, please hear me out. Thank you, I appreciate that, I really do. We've got a whole tax assessment issue that we are still working through, that I'm vigorously working through. And I need accountability in that before we can make a budget. Because if I don't, there's folks out there that own farms and other things that their taxes have gone up 300, 400, and 700%. And when we, listen, please let me, if we move forward tastefully tonight, there's nothing that has to be done tonight. I know we all want to get this done. We want to get it done. And this whole assessment piece has got to be worked out yet, and I'm working hard on that piece. I want to be sure that there's fairness to everyone who owns property in this county, because this firestorm of inflation we've had, especially in property values, I think it's short-lived, folks. And what we put in place for 6 years, everybody who pays taxes can be stuck with for 6 years. So why not take another week or two, see if I can dial this thing up. I've been working with people clear at the General Assembly to find a way legally for this board to act to protect the citizens and taxpayers. So I respect.
Okay,
Ma'am,
well, this is not,
I respect the interest to form dialogue towards the budget, but as far as passing something, I think we'd be remiss because we're missing another valuable piece, and the other valuable piece tonight is this assessment. That's why I want this room to hear very clearly, if them watching on social media, I'm not against a school situation, the school funding situation. I'm against passing a budget when there's still some work on our side has to be done on a totally different topic, which is the reevaluation. Thank you.
all right. Any other commissioner? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw that motion and make an alternate motion.
That's your blessing? I mean, we'll have
Well,
to
I
go
mean,
through
y'all
that.
already voted on it. You can make a new motion.
Huh?
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm sorry, yeah, you're right, you're right.
Okay.
You're exactly right. Make an additional motion.
Okay.
Make a motion to conduct a meeting no later than Thursday, June 6, 2024. This meeting shall be made up of the following: county manager, school superintendent, county finance director, school finance director, 2 county commissioners, 2 school board members, county attorney, and the school board attorney. And this meeting shall be recorded. Go get a second.
Second.
Okay. Okay, been a motion made and a second. That's right. I'll open it up for comment.
What is the goal? What's the, and I mean, no.
All right, Todd.
Let me talk.
Yeah.
Let me talk.
Yeah.
Please let me talk.
I'll answer
Please.
Commissioner Shriver.
Right.
Yeah.
What's our goal? We want to go. What's the goal?
Our goal of this is the fact that obviously there's been communication breakdown. And the only way we're going to resolve this is to sit down like adults, talk face to face, and bounce these questions and answers back and forth, and we will make progress. It's been totally unfair to us commissioners for us to have to talk to them and then come back and talk to the county manager. Go back and talk to them, because we're getting one thing here, we're getting something else here. And we're going back saying, she said this, they said this. We'll do that for the next 10,000 years and we'll never get anywhere. This is designed, and we can amend this by adding one more school board member and one more commissioner without having to have a public circus going on. And we can get these issues resolved.
What's the date?
I mean, it's time sensitive. We've got to get this done. Next week, they've got graduation and their board
I didn't
meeting
know
and
if you
everything.
said a date or not.
Yeah, I said, by no later than this Thursday. And that could
This
be
coming Thursday.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
That sure is. How about Thursday after next? I mean,
I mean,
yeah, just,
yeah.
all right, well, just,
What's that?
yeah.
I mean, we can't afford that. I mean,
All right.
people walking out the door.
We let y'all speak in peace. Please let us do ours in peace. Come on.
I mean, to be sure, we can get together sometime this week on this. I mean, with this number of people. Here next week is going to be scarce. And the week after, I mean, it's going to be after our next meeting.
Yeah, just quick notice, the Thursday, it's just,
Yeah, because I wonder if we're scared. I'm scarce this week. I don't know how many other commissioners are here.
okay.
Very disrespectful.
Excuse me, Commissioner Pierce?
I said, very disrespectful.
Well. Okay.
Okay, what's the pleasure? What do y'all want to do? What's your recommendation? Y'all help me out. I'm flexible.
Well,
I'll work with you.
I would
but
say
2
just go
weeks from
till
now
Thursday of
is
next week. at
Thursday
least.
next week?
Yeah, right, a little bit more time. I mean, it's not too late to do that Thursday of next week or by that time.
What?
Yeah. Right. Right. I just about to add one comment, though. I mean, we're going all through this. I've been on this thing for 34 years, and I'm speaking on behalf of everybody here. We would never, never, never witness the school system crash and burn. No way would we ever. You know what I mean? We're not. I mean, we're just trying to get some things straight and peace of mind, and that's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to put an axe on nobody. No, come on. No, no more. You've had your chance on this. I've had 3 hours of public comments and stuff. Yeah, I know, but I can't open it back up. I cannot do it. It's up here between the commissioners now, and I'm sorry. We went through the 3-hour process. Okay, so Thursday of next week, all right? Commissioner Speed? Or between now and then, I'm not picking a date, but just another,
If I may,
okay.
if you want to finish talking,
No, go ahead.
we could have the meeting as soon as possible
Sure.
with the proposed date. This time at this meeting, I would like for the Board of Education to actually sit with us. Have them at the table. Let's have dialogue, because dialogue is where it counts.
Mm-hmm.
And let's try and find a solution.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So whatever date and time works, let's roll with it.
Okay. Are you saying by Thursday, though?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I
Okay.
mean, other board members can chime in, but I mean, I'm
Yeah.
fine with,
The only challenge that I see is just the flexibility of us with what we have going on in our lives, to be able to peel back in 2 days. Look, I want to give due respect, folks. I mean, I'm trying to be reasonable here. You've got to consider everybody else's jobs. That'd be like me asking you to come at 2:00 tomorrow. I mean, I'm not being malicious. No, listen. Give me an opportunity, folks.
Yeah, let's let everybody talk
It's
here.
it's like me asking you to come tomorrow at 2:00 to a destination for my work, because it's really important to me and I need your help. It's not that you don't want to come. You got some obligation. There's 30 youngins sitting in front of you at 2:00. Okay, and the same thing goes for us. We have priorities too, and so I'm just want us to find some ground here. I want us to try and work together, but we can't have a thought without the interruption. Y'all give it a moment to absorb the thought before you're saying no. Pause. Mr. McIntyre? Thank you for your humbleness at that podium. And if we could all get that posture and we could set this emotion aside, do a lot of good things, folks. So that's my concern with 2 days. It's not that that's my concern.
Okay. Does it matter daytime meeting, nighttime, or?
Yeah, so if we,
Or does it?
Your attorney is calling.
Your clerk.
Mr. Chairman, the county attorney is going to explain the motion, though, is a committee. It's not both boards together, so we need to decide on that first, I think.
well, it's not a committee, it's a
Yeah,
team.
it's not the
that
full
he-
board, no. No.
He listed some his motion included some specific folks that he wanted to see in the meeting. So that's what's on the table, is the list that Mr. Speed, just want to be real clear. That's what's on the table for a vote, Mr. Speed's vote and, motion and.
Yeah, as far as us, I mean, I'm just calling for 2, no more than 3 of us. I'll volunteer to be there. You know, we can take volunteers right now, and then we can narrow down the time a little better. I'll make myself available.
I'll be there as well.
Can the schools get together? You can't have 3? Okay, well then we probably need to do 2.
Yeah.
That's whatever y'all work, that's fine. Is the school, are you all gonna be able to get the additional information from whatever it was that was requested in that letter Friday? Okay, no, I'm just trying to be courteous to your time, that's all. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to be courteous.
Okay. Motion and a second. Any more discussion? Yeah, read the.
Yes. Okay. If we narrowed down a date, I mean, like I say, I'm available. I can make myself available at any
Okay,
time.
but what was the motion?
Okay, the motion is to conduct a meeting no later than Thursday, June 6th at 2024. This meeting shall be made up of the following: county manager, school superintendent, county finance director, school finance director, 2 county commissioners, 2 school board members, county attorney, school board attorney, and this meeting shall be recorded.
Okay, is it going to be a public meeting?
No, it's
No.
meeting that soon. We
Okay.
can't meet that soon without,
Okay, I just.
yeah, that's
didn't know.
right.
for the sake
This
of
is
the
a
public.
small session,
A small session.
small session.
Okay,
That's right.
all right,
There's no quorum of either board.
okay.
So,
Tomorrow? That's gonna be,
how about Friday? Friday? Kelly, can you do Friday? You said you would be on this. I'll jump on board. Okay. How about you, Kim?
Friday.
So, do you know? Mr. Sturgis is not available on Friday or Thursday.
Well, for the sake of time, we can go ahead and do this motion and not nail down the exact day, but the thought of it and the other part of it to get this together and just leave it to where we can get this day and time set up. But the meeting itself, we can run with that, vote on that. If we were having a hard time with this quick to notice and make all these decisions, I think we can, but I don't know if right now is the time to be trying to sort all this out.
Well, that will be, that will be prior to the next.
No, we
meeting.
haven't. No, it hasn't been voted on yet.
The 13th?
No later. No later.
No.
Yeah, that's gonna be before our next meeting. You know. Yeah, I understand it, and I do too, Dr. Schuler. I do too.
Tuesday the 11th?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Tuesday the 11th?
Can text Boyd and see if he's available.
I mean, I'm good with it, but I can't speak for everyone else.
What's your schedule looking like, Mr. Shriver,
Monday or Tuesday is
of next week?
very tolerable, yeah.
Okay,
Wednesday morning, I'm covered up with appointments.
okay, so you're throwing out the.
And remember that it's just two of us. That,
Or three. You said that, I don't know.
yeah, or
Okay.
three, but
Okay.
Commissioner Shriver, learned that they can only have two, so he made a suggestion that we remain at two.
Doesn't have to be, we can do three, I don't care, I'm just saying that. No.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's down to two commissioners now instead of three. Okay, all right. Is that the final call?
So, Tuesday the 11th will work for Mr. Sturgis.
Tuesday the 11th? Tuesday the 11th?
I don't know.
Boyd?
I mean, I'm not.
It doesn't add up.
Okay.
No later than.
So who's the two? You're gonna be Commissioner Speed and Commissioner London?
And I'm good any date.
Okay.
I think you should have the chair of each one there too.
Well,
I
that's
think
gonna
one.
squeeze a third one in there. I
Well,
mean,
but we can have three, they can only have two.
do what now?
I said, we can have three, they can only have two.
Okay, so we can have three and they
unless
can only
unless
have
they
two.
object to that. Then that way, at least the chairman is there as well. I think that's helpful.
Okay. All right, what else now?
That's it. We just need to vote on it.
No date,
Date, we
no
still
later
waiting on
than
the
the
date.
13th. I think that's the safest bet, because you got Boyd to get in the ring.
That's going to next Thursday or next week.
If that's the best we can do, we'll go with that date.
Okay, what
We-
day
we
is
get-
that now? I didn't hear it.
No later than
13th.
the 13th.
No later than the 13th.
So we haven't really figured out the day yet,
You're gonna have
but
to
it
go
will
in
be
for-
before the third.
That's right.
The Thursday next
But
week.
that
Okay.
gives us-
Well,
that's our
about What
deadline.
I said a while ago. Anyway.
That's right.
Okay. We're gonna vote for the concept of getting this together.
Without the date.
It's just the dates to be determined between now and June 13th. We get together, so let's go ahead with the vote on this now. There's been a motion made in a second. No more discussion. Okay, all in favor? All opposed?
Yeah.
Motion carries.
That's
All
all right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be sure we do.
Other motion? Was
Yeah,
it-
the other motion, I was mistaken, the other motion is on the table, but this motion would supersede
Yeah,
that.
it superseded it, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Moving on to action item number 4. Airport Road EMS Station Bid Award. Will Dorfer, Assistant County Manager, will introduce Tim Williams, Project Manager with Oakley Collier Architects.
Sorry, I got some going on there. This got me fired up.
All right, my word.
I gotta go get me a cigarette.
Yeah. 'Cause that just came up.
I'll be right back.
I'll let that room place. Well, all right. Huh?
Yeah, I am too.
Hey. Hey,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go take 5.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. He's taking 5. Okay, yeah, go ahead, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay. Everybody.
Yeah. Come back, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
I'm here to introduce Tim Williams, and he also brought David Griffin along with him from Oakley Collier Architects. They're going to talk about the bids that we received for the Airport Road EMS station, after which I will present the request to the Board of Commissioners. So, Tim.
Thank you all for having us. This is again regarding the Franklin EMS on Airport Road. We had the project bid on May 30th, Thursday. We had 4 bids submitted. They were tight bids mostly. The 3 lowest bids were all within $200,000. The lowest responsible bidder was TCC Enterprises, with the base bid of $3,098,500, with 2 alternates, a generator for $85,000 and a patio canopy for $33,000. Excuse me. The total amount recommended for the award is $3,216,500. We have went through references from clients, architects, and subcontractors for TCC, and also gone through the firm financial information with no disputes, judgments, settlements, or lawsuits, and they have strong specific project information, including recent EMSs, reference letters from Wake and Orange County, reference projects, and strong plans for the project. OCA recommends the award of base bid plus alternates. However, it is your choice, of course. And that's all.
Okay. Who'd you say the low bidder was?
TCC Enterprises.
Okay.
So the last one on that list.
Right, I see that. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Mhm.
It's $3,098,500.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Alternatives.
Plus the alternates. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Alternates are down here.
Okay.
Generator and the.
Okay, well, I just want to see what column we're at, okay? Just.
The
got
total
another
was.
Question after that. Okay, now, what you guys told, there's $1 million in there for the site prep?
Yes, sir. Not just prep. Full site development. Anything outside
Well,
the
getting
building
it
footprint.
To build ready,
Mm-hmm.
whatever term you want to use, okay?
Mhm.
Ready to build on. But if you don't go that, use it, that comes back?
Correct.
We're just guessing at $1 million.
Well, not exactly a guess. It's based on an estimate provided by our civil engineer.
And
So,
they've looked at the site.
so they
Okay.
developed the site and gave us an estimate,
Okay.
and we did the allowance based on that.
And if you don't use it,
You get it
we
back.
get it back.
Correct.
Okay.
The total with the alternates was $3,216,500.
Yeah, because including all that, it's like $500 a square foot.
With the site, yes.
Huh?
With the site, yes.
So does that mean with the site, that means it'll be paved or whatever all around it? Is that?
That's including the parking lot. That $1 million number also includes, say, electricity from the transformer to the building, as well as plumbing. So really anything outside the building footprint.
It'll be a complete building and we can walk into it and use it,
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
You say, I would hope for that with that price.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
I'd like to, ask
Anyway.
Kim to kind of go over the funding for this.
Yes, actually, Jamie's got that.
Okay, Jamie? Good, thank you. Good.
This project is partially funded by direct state grants that we received and that we've created that project ordinance for. It's right at $650,000. And then we also had the revenue replacement funds from ARPA that you we put into the capital reserve fund. and they were earmarked for this project. So those funds will be moved over to the capital project to pay for this. So it's not coming from the general fund.
We don't have any county money going into it.
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Good.
That all?
Yeah, there's one other comment. Did hear from another contractor, not on here, and I guess it was due, I had Mr. Preble that was officially in charge of this.
He's out today.
He's out. The one that was overseeing all this is not here today. But I had complaints about one contractor that tried to bid on it, couldn't get through the website and getting to it, and just had a mess, and finally got it the day before the Memorial Day weekend, so, and didn't leave him any time to get the bid in. But hopefully we can do better on that next go-round. I don't know what happened on that, but I've heard it got an earful on it.
I can't speak to the I can only speak to once I spoke to him, the gentleman you're referring to, and I'm blanking on his name. But yes, we've got his information, so on the next EMS site, he'll be getting the plans when they're sent out.
And it had something about, he had his workers or people that get his plans together, try to get into our system here on the county so they could bid, but to no avail. So I don't know if we can have our staff make sure we're getting a good field of bidders in on this.
But these bids on here, they did go in through the system.
Yes, ma'am.
All these went through the system that he couldn't.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Bids are all open publicly. Getting the drawings come from our site. They don't.
Okay.
The link comes directly from us.
Well, you're talking about a little ad in the Franklin Times.
No, I'm talking about the ad.
Okay.
I'm talking about the ad that
No,
Okay.
the advertisement for bid is on the Franklin County website on the finance page.
Okay.
Opportunities to bid. All of the specs are drawn up by
Okay.
Oakley Collier, and so there's availability and instruction in that opportunity to bid to access the detailed drawings.
Okay.
And then the bids were actually physically submitted. We sat in a room and opened them up. It was a public bid opening.
Okay.
And these were the 4 bids, and
Well, I'm
they're-
just passing along what I've heard from
yeah, so we will
constituents.
We'll check on that,
Okay.
make sure there aren't any issues with accessing
Okay.
information.
All right, that's all I have.
Thank you. So the request is to approve the recommended bid and authorize the authorize the county manager to sign all necessary documents and agreements pending review by the county attorney.
Okay. Have you heard from Mr. Will Dorfer? What's the pleasure of the board? Move to approve.
Second.
All right, been a motion made, second, any discussion? All in favor? All likewise. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item B, the Novo Blending Station Engineering Services. Christopher Daughtry, Public Utilities Director, will present information from the request for qualifications, RFQ process for engineering services to design a new Novo blending station.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for allowing me the time to speak on the process of getting the request for qualifications for engineering services for the Novo blending station. The objective tonight is to update the board on the request for qualifications process for the design of a new Novo water blending station and present a vendor recommendation. So these pictures here show where the current blending station is. It is located at the base of the water tank on Perry's Chapel Road, right there in front of Novo Nessus. The current blending station is below ground. This project will get it above ground and update or upgrade control electronics, access for safety issues, and there are some potential flooding issues with the current site. Although we haven't had any flooding, the potential is there. And this blending station takes 3 sources of water that we have, that we purchase from, and blends them together and puts them in the water tank, the elevated water tank there in front of Novo Nessus.
That's because of Novo.
Yes.
Okay.
So the request for qualifications for engineering design was originally published on March 7th, 2024. We initially received 1 submittal. We re-advertised on April 4th, 2024 with a due date of April 23rd, 2024, and received an additional submittal. So we received 2 total submittals of this request for qualifications. We received them from MBD Engineering and the Wooten Company. So the recommendation is the board is asked to authorize the county manager to negotiate with public utility attorney's assistance and sign an engineering services contract with the Wooten Company out of Raleigh, North Carolina for the design phase for the new Novo water blending station.
And this is just a request just for the design part.
Just the design, and then once the design is all complete, we will put it out to bid, and then we will come back at a future meeting to award a construction contract.
Okay. What's the cost?
Right now, obviously, we don't know.
From the
We
Wooten
have
Company.
budgeted, we have budgeted like, what is it, 2.4 million about through ARPA?
Yeah, that's the total cost of the project. This is part of the $8,750,000 in ARPA money we have for public utilities projects. The cost to do the design work is something we'll negotiate, but it's a percentage of the total cost, and that's an engineering standard.
Correct.
Okay, and that's estimated to be at what?
It's anywhere from 8 to 12%.
It varies.
No, I mean, what's the total cost?
Of the project, $2,040,000.
We got, it's like 2.24 million, something like that.
Yes, it was in his public
So it'd be
utilities.
some
update.
200,000 or
Right.
something.
So design could be around 200K, but that we're going to negotiate that.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Second. All right, been a motion made and second. Any discussion? All in favor? All likewise? Motion carries. All right. Moving on to item 5, appointments. Home Care Community Block Grant Advisory Committee. The board is asked to appoint/reappoint the following individuals. The appoint ones are Joyce Cook, Rosa Robinson, Ramel Williams, Gwen Wheeler, and Sheila Alston. The ones underneath the reappoint are Cindy Jones, Pamela Nelms, Nancy Francis, Jamie Holtzman, and Louise Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, move to appoint and reappoint all those names.
All right, been a motion made.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Now it carries us on down to item 6, other business. Has anybody here got any other business or anything? All right. All right. All right, we'll proceed on to item 7, board, manager, and clerk's comments. This is a time set aside for the Board of County Commissioners, county manager, and clerk to the board to report on various activities. The board may also discuss other items of interest. We'll start out with our county clerk. Right? Commissioner Bunn.
Yes, sir. There's been a whole lot said tonight. There's been a whole lot of negativity there. I myself have received personal emails about attacking me and my business for my stance, or what they think my stance is on budget. I do hope the meeting that was approved tonight can reach an amicable solution, and hopefully we can get through this process and everybody be happy.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Commissioner London.
I just wanted to add that I attended the BSS board meeting. We had a good meeting and, good report on Medicaid expansion in the county. And I too would just like to add that I'm looking forward to the meeting with, Dr. Schuler and Commissioner Speed. And, hopefully we can find a resolution. Because at the end of the day, as I said previously, children matter. And passing this budget impacts them. And it impacts our teachers, and our teachers matter. And so it's my hope that we can find some common ground and fully fund our public schools. And that's all that I have to.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bragg.
Yeah, I attended the American Legion in Franklinton. I think it's post 52. They had a memorial
Yeah, ma'am.
service.
I'm a member of that.
Yes, okay, in Franklinton the other Sunday, so, and that was a really good, there was a lot of people, that was hot that Sunday, but there was a lot of people there, it was a very nice service.
Is that it? All right, Commissioner Pierce.
No comment.
No comment. Commissioner Speed.
Yeah, I would just like to say, obviously, I'm very passionate, about our public education. And, you know, I have shared with some of you my reasons for that, but I would like to share that with everyone. You know, I have nothing personal against my children. I don't have any family members that teach. You know, it's nothing personal or political. If it was, if it was due to that, I would just say different interest. My passion for it is I have a true to my heart to stand up for this thing. I know what's gonna happen if the doors are closed on the public school. There's gonna be a large population of our most vulnerable people that are gonna fall victim to the grid. That truly bothers me, and I will do all I can, like tooth and nail, to prevent that happening.
Okay. Commissioner Shriver.
Yes, sir, thank you. It's my hope that we can settle our hearts and that people can be decent and respectful to each other. Because just like here tonight, there was decent respect. We talked out of one side of our mouth and we acted out of the other side. That's not helping either. I hope as we look towards this meeting, we all can find a path somewhere to get rid of this trash that's between our ears and in our hearts. We can find ways to work together. But this is not working together. It's just simply not working. Chastising people because they're Republican or they're Democrat, they're tall or they're short, they're a believer or they're not a believer. They got a red tie on or yellow tie. It's bullying. It's not helping. It sure as the heck isn't neighbor. Certainly, Mr. McIntyre's not here. It's certainly not proxy. And as long as we're going to continue to run down that road, that person's dragging us down, none of it's going to happen. We've got to slow down. We've got to learn to love again. And there's not a face in here I don't see that I don't love in a special way. I may not always agree with you, but it doesn't mean that in my heart I don't care for your well-being. It doesn't mean in my heart that I have ill will to you. It doesn't mean in my heart that I'm not concerned for you or where you're going. But this divisiveness has got to stop. Or you can let it destroy us. Because right now we've done a fine job of getting halfway there. We halfway to just throwing it all out the window and let it all fall to pieces. What good is there? Here's what I mean. We're all leaders in this room. Talk about these children. This stuff is all on video somewhere. I don't know where the camera is now, but now it's all on video. And I'm gonna tell you something, them kids know it already long before we are. What example are we making for them? We'll talk about the children tonight. Let's talk about the children tonight. And what we have done to impact their lives tonight. I'll say shame on me. So it's my hope that we can get this back to where it used to be. We can learn to love each other, even though we may not always agree. But when we can grow together, we'll work better together. What we may not get this time, we may get next time. Miss Jenny, I might get 2 cups of coffee with you. I sincerely apologize for that. I missed that. And I wish, although it's not your job to call me back, I wish you to call me back. There's a lot of challenges that we deal with as commissioners. It's not just one-sided. And it doesn't make it right. Tell you what, Matthew Winslow is a lot more busy than Mike Schreiber is. So he got you and I didn't. But I say that from the heart because I truly do. I've had a difficult 6 weeks. And that's why I've not been in this boardroom anymore. It's not been easy. I hope we all can still be here and work together. That's my hope. Thank you for yielding the time.
Does that conclude your?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. McCray, you got anything you'd like to add?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. You rest your case, huh?
Rest my case.
All right. County Manager Kim Denton.
Thank you, Chairman Floyd. Just want to say I appreciate everyone's time and attention tonight. These are important issues, and I look forward to working together to make sure that we can get to a successful final conclusion for the fiscal year 25 budget. So thank you.
That concludes your report. All right. Guess it's down to me, but I can agree with one thing. We all benefit from an educated society. We do, no matter we're old, young, we all benefit. Never in my wildest dreams, and I speak on behalf of all the commissioners, we're not looking to end public schools. We're just, asking questions and doing that. But our intent is not to end public education. I come from public education, Lawnsboro High School. I won't say what class, but anyway. I was a product, and they taught me very well, especially my 2nd grade teacher, Mrs. Russell. She drilled the multiplication tables in my head, and I use it daily, about every hour, checking in deliveries, because I don't have to use a calculator, because I still remember this Miss Russell grinding on me on these multiplication tables. I know she's probably passed on, but if she was around, I'd thank her to no end for drilling them in my head, because boy, do I benefit from it. But going back to tonight's meeting and the last couple meetings, though, I'm of the opinion, and I'll pass that along, debate is healthy. What we're doing here, I think, is good. We're having differences of opinions. We're talking about things. As I remember when I first run, early 1990, we used to have a board. We used to brag. There were a 5-member board back then, but used to brag, we're the 5-0 board. We agree on everything all the time. And I used to always say, well, why you need 5 if you all agree all the time? All you need is 1 commissioner. But going back, debate is healthy. Like I say, debate is healthy. I stand firm on that. It's been something new here lately. But anyway, that concludes my report. I hope to see y'all back here at the next meeting. More and more people too. More the merrier. And that concludes that. And I'll go ahead and, excuse me?
No, we're gonna.
No, we,
dismiss the
okay, yeah,
closed session.
let's make a motion in a second to eliminate the executive session. That's a good one.
I'll make the motion.
Move to remove the closed session from tonight's agenda.
Okay, been a motion made and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. Okay, all right, motion carries. All right, Megan, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, do I hear a second?
Second.
All right. Motion made, second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion, okay, motion carried.
We're out of here.
I had, well, I raced back in here.